Good morning. Call the meeting to order. This is the Community Redevelopment Agency's meeting, Thursday, June 9th, 2022. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chair McCabe,
Here.
Vice Chair Hutchison,
Here.
Member Blankenship,
Here.
Member Chrisman,
Here.
Mayor Heitman,
Here.
Member Perry,
Here.
Member Petronoff.
Here.
Great. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we move to set agenda. Do I have any changes to the agenda?
I have no changes, Chair.
Okay, any changes? I make one change. I want to pull the minutes for May 12th from that and have a discussion on that before we approve those minutes. Any other? Do I have a motion to set the agenda then?
I move to set the agenda with that item you noted.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. Move to public comments. Do I have any public comments for agenda items not on, for items not on the agenda?
We have none.
We have none? Great. Okay, we move to approval of the minutes, but before that, and this is just a simple clarification that I wanted to make. On the May 12th agenda, or minutes, on the section just before 6A, it said Chair McCabe suggested taking action in developing the highly visible 10th Street, using it as the pilot project to show the public that the area is evolving. We also got a consensus on that, so I just want to make sure that I add that we had a consensus on moving forward with that versus just me making this statement. Okay? With that addition, do I have approval for the minutes?
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, we move to agenda item 6 and 6A. Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and CRA members. This morning, we have before you the final Naples Design District Master Plan. It's titled now, Vision for the 4110 Area. And there have been some changes to the plan, primarily additions to the plan, discussing more options for 10th Street and particularly parking on 10th. They added graphics for the murals, more information on best practices, and other editorial changes. And this morning, DPZ is here with us, Galina and Javier, and Galina will present those changes to you this morning for discussion. Following the item, we will have the directors with us to discuss the priorities that the staff suggests, and will be available to answer any questions on that.
Excellent.
So with that, we'll invite Galina to present to you today.
Thank you and welcome.
Morning, everybody. Thank you.
Nope, you were on, now you're off.
Now I am.
You got to turn it, push the button, there you go.
Oh,
Now you're on.
okay. Well, I was turning on and off. I should know. Good morning, everybody. Very happy to be here again after less than a month from our prior meeting. It is quite amazing that I was just thinking this morning, when was the first time we came here for some of our first presentations for this project, and it was almost a year ago, which is quite unbelievable. It seems.
I don't want to interrupt, but can I get your name for the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. Galina Tacheva, Managing Partner at DPZ Co-Design. I started the informal way. Sorry about that. So yes, it has been almost a year since the first time we discussed and interviewed for this project, and we're very happy to come at this point. Last time we were here, we had a kind of a more formal, full presentation, and I was advised not to do this again, to have the full presentation given today. So I will go at a faster pace today, kind of focusing mostly on the changes and the edits which we have produced in the past month. We thought that they will be minimal, and they have been minimal edits. But as Anita mentioned, there are some additions according to all of the comments which came from you all, from the CRA Advisory Board, from the community meetings, from the property owner meetings. So all of these edits we tried to incorporate in the report, and we kind of pulled out some of these pages for this presentation. Some of them are just to remind you about the structure of the document, and some of them are with the places where the changes are. But, it was almost a month between the meetings, so it ended up that I have, again, a few slides. So I will try to be as succinct and as fast as possible, starting with the kind of the table of contents and how this document is organized. And, of course, we always start with an introduction about the project in general, with an executive summary where in a few pages the big goals and the big ideas of this proposal are kind of succinctly described. A little bit about the public engagement and the charrette process, for people to remember what this process was. And then the district context, which we usually do, the assets, the existing assets, the history of the place, some diagnostics, or the retail study, which was done prior to the charrette, and then the bigger portions, which are envisioning the district with its main components and the regulatory implementation tools. The executive summary, we tried to kind of succinctly describe the project, and as you noticed, we changed, most importantly, the name of the project. The last time we were here, you took action that we will call this area Naples Design District. And we wanted to underline that that's a vision for this mixed-use area, 4110, so people are not confused, what this area. So both names have been used throughout the report, but it's clear that this will be the Naples Design District. We wanted to kind of highlight the big goal of this whole study, that one of the desire and maybe the major desire of the community as a whole and its leadership and the leadership is that you would like to create a third destination in Naples. You don't want to be like the other commercial focus areas, that you want to be something. This area is different because its genetic material is very different. It's unique, it's eclectic, it's based on industrial and decor and art businesses, smaller scale, with a kind of an eclectic mix of more affordable and more high-end housing, a kind of a unique mix of things in a very large area. This is 208 acres, which is basically an area which consists of several different neighborhoods, if you wish. It's not even one neighborhood. Sometimes we call it this neighborhood, this community, but it's several neighborhoods, if you wish. The Lake Park neighborhood is its own neighborhood, and then some of the other places are very distinct in their character. So how do we make it, kind of a more coherent place? And maybe we will not be, at the end of the day, it will still remain very diverse and very unique and very eclectic, but it will be under this overall feel and character. This is the design district, the Naples Design District. People will know that that's the destination. I mean, the thing is that you have very defined boundaries, on the east and west, the big thoroughfares, north and south. So it's fairly well defined. So that's a kind of the big goal, but obviously to build upon the existing assets. We also heard loud and clear that the existing businesses, the small businesses, the small scale property owners, they would like to keep their livelihood and also to thrive, and we would like to support them with with the suggestions. You know, we want to inspire them to all the drawings and all the three-dimensional representations. We wanted to basically give people ideas how to spur their imagination. You know, it's more of an aspirational visioning exercise than a document of parametric suggestions, you know, the very specific numbers or metrics and things like that. We have some very specific suggestions as well, but we wanted to leave this study more in the aspirational kind of visionary, larger picture thinking. So the private sector to be incentivized and inspired for the to bring some of this, you know, proposal to fruition, to encourage this diversity of housing which exists in the area, and with a good percentage of affordable and workforce housing, to enhance, to improve, and also to increase this housing stock, ideally. And again, also to foster placemaking policies and regulations. We know that the aspirational documents are great and they're, you know, illustrative, but you need also some regulatory framework to make this happen. And we do this through these three main ways: to leverage the assets, to enhance the walkable urban fabric, to employ the existing alley system, which is, you know, kind of one of the main ideas, you know, to transform a kind of the interior of the blocks into a continuous pedestrian connectivity within the district. Of course, not forgetting 10th Street as our main multimodal corridor and connector of the kind of the urban fabric of the place. And to optimize the impact of the new civic infrastructure projects, such as the performing arts, the playhouse, and the new parking garage, to enable prosperity, to basically maintain this unique variety of housing in the design district, and safeguard the mix of residents, you know, which is a kind of the beauty and the uniqueness of this place. And this can be done in various ways, you know, through expanding the range of building types, you know, basically to bridge a kind of the contrasting character today between the higher end, taller buildings at Naples Square and the affordable housing. You know, you can actually implement a range of building types which can be market housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, at density and in a character which will make this community still, you know, kind of reinforce the current character, but also create a better balance. Right now there is a fairly contrasting character, kind of disparity, if you wish. And also to, you know, through these building types to find good opportunities for sensitive infill and redevelopment of some sites. Connecting the district is very important. We have always kind of talked about the existing connectivity, the small blocks, which is a great asset of the place, and how to celebrate 10th Street as the principal north-south connecting spine. And also to provide for pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicular connectivity to further that, and to make incremental and integrated infrastructure improvements. We had with us Langan Engineering, and they helped with some of the stormwater engineering advice, and also you know, above ground improvements, below ground utility upgrades. You know, they had certain proposals, and these were discussed. And also do something about more safety for pedestrians. You know, we heard from some residents that it's still a kind of a fast pace in some cases, and key intersections are good to be, are important to be enhanced in a way to create a really pedestrian connectivity in east-west direction as well as north-south. And these are basically the main points in the overall study the overall master plan was structured with these main themes, we moved some of the action steps which were in the prior draft. They were towards the back within the implementation tools. We moved them right after the executive summary. So the CRA and City Council, you can actually look at these action steps and right in the beginning. And whoever takes this document, they will see the action steps right there. And they include approving the master plan in principle, even if not all of the details are, as I mentioned, worked out or very specific. Some suggestions are more general than very metric or parametric. And this will be basically a kind of a sign of the willingness and the leadership of the public sector to incentivize, the private sector to take their role and to take some of these suggestions in their hands and together to make this vision, realistic proposition. Also to prioritize implementation of critical infrastructure for stormwater and coastal high hazard improvements. And we heard from the directors of departments that this has been done already, that there are 2 studies in the works. One is the drainage basin study, which will be, the results of which will come out in the fall, which will be presented to you. And those, they need to be actually looked at very carefully for many of the decisions and many of the suggestions which are in our study. And one of these, they're doing it one for First Avenue South and 10th Street and the rest of the design district. So these have to be taken into consideration. To expedite design district project currently in the approval process, we discussed this last time, and of course, the Playhouse garage, we know the Playhouse is under construction, the garage is being expedited. There is a mixed-use project which is in front of the garage on First Avenue South. So these are projects, which can be a kind of speeded up, let's say, to show the momentum going on. You already have things happening and a momentum going on in the design district, so that's really important. And any other proposed improvements in light of this vision, it will be nice to be kind of pushed forward faster. To identify the pilot project, and there were a range of proposals, whether it will be the design walk or other projects, the LA activation or the workforce housing. And the proposal last time we met is that 10th Street, the public improvement of the public realm of 10th Street is a possibility to be this project coming from the public sector in a way that it's a signal for the whole community and the rest of the city of Naples that something is happening in the design district. And we can discuss this a little later. To form the bid entity as soon as possible in order to basically support financially and from management point of view the master plan. That's another important thing. And also to create a design district, overlay district. And that's something which we will leave behind for you to further discuss, whether it will be an overlay district just for the design walk, or it will be for the whole this whole area, for the design district as a whole. So here I will briefly go through. This is basically proving, just showing the numbers for the name change, some of the Speak Up Naples online platform results. They're more explicitly presented in the report. And then we go through the district context, just showing that we were talking about proximities, in the region, how important this location is, how central urban, this is like in your central urban core, basically. With the great assets which you already have, your history, the existing conditions, the district diagnostics and retail analysis. This is in this section, and we have gone through those in high detail. So I'm just going to focus on some of the changes. This is just a reminder page talking about the great fabric of connectivity of street and alleys. and how important it is to actually create more connectivity both in east towards the west and towards the east across Goodlet, Frank, and also US 41. And then this is a diagram which actually was changed from the last presentation, where we were talking about the neighborhood structure. And neighborhood structure is based on a pedestrian shed of 5-minute walking distance, from a destination, a kind of spreading around. And we had a proposal for an additional 1 or 2 garages. We heard that the need for parking in the district is really high and important to the businesses and property owners. We know that the Playhouse garage will provide some of this need, more than 300 spaces. However, we will need probably 1 or even 2 other locations, whether in the beginning a surface parking lot to augment this need, or a parking structure. And this drawing shows that the 5-minute walk actually is not a direct, as the crow flies, a direct radius, but it meanders through the streets. And we're showing actually that you will most likely need 3 such parking destinations. Envision the district. Here, the 3 main themes about leveraging the assets, enable prosperity, and connecting the district. The focus areas, as with every master plan, it is important to demonstrate the focus areas, the projects which are with the potential. And in many of these cases, again, we took a kind of a more visionary approach, not necessarily discussing every detail with the property owners. In some cases, we were able to have such discussions, but not in all cases. We wanted to show to the private sector some ideas. It was basically, working with the public sector, producing ideas and designs for the private sector to take advantage if they would like to, and they can build upon those. And in our practice of more than 40 years doing this, we have seen a lot of places revitalized and really doing very well by taking some seeds of these ideas. It doesn't need to be literally what we have drawn to illustrate a possibility of infill, redevelopment, or certain building type, but the seeds of these ideas which the community came up with during the charrette. People say something and we draw it up, and then we change, and then we correct, and then we further develop. They become important points for further kind of design and implementation. So here in our master plan, we had the design walk. We focused on 6 main areas. The design walk and 10th Street, 4 Corners properties, and the Depot Museum, the infill development, as an example, the workforce housing on Goodlet, Frank, commercial development options, and some options for George Washington Carver. And we have presented these many times. We have heard some positive response from the community, whether they're businesses, whether they are property owners, or from you all. And of course, all of these ideas, as I said before, were never a kind of in a vacuum, but basing some of those on things which are already happening. The leveraging the assets of the incredible variety of existing businesses in the design district, especially between US 41 and along 10th Street, and they are increasing constantly. And the idea about this north-south pedestrian connectivity came from already things which are happening in the design district, as we have been mentioning before. Some businesses have been creating outdoor seating and a better public realm in the middle of these urban blocks. And this one is a drawing basically showing potential art walls, and here we added some other examples which we recently actually witnessed ourselves, some of them in St. Petersburg, some of them in Coral Gables, and they can be of very wide variety, from a kind of more of a kind of a high type of, more sophisticated art, like mosaics, as these ones on the right side in St. Petersburg, very artistic compositions by well-known artists, or they can be local artists up and coming. They can be all the way to more typical murals and graffiti, as you see these in Coral Gables, incentivizing existing businesses there. Obviously, outdoor seating and umbrellas and all these things are important. These are just, we have multiple examples of how the interior blocks can be designed, but these are just examples. We don't want to say that, like, for example, this block, which is between 2nd Avenue North and 1st Avenue North, can get this unique pedestrian passage through the block, with green roofs, because the garden district is there, and it can be the character of this place. But it's just an example of what it can be. And another one, between Central and 1st Avenue, how you can actually redevelop some of the buildings with more, buildings either expanding them or attaching or building above, maybe incorporating some solar panels if this is something to pursue in the future, and also to create a more unified public realm within the block. You can see here that we're showing a shared space between cars, pedestrians, bicyclists, with a similar material within the block. And these are things which we further discuss in the implementation tools. Four Corners, we looked at this project as well. And I added it because we added a few things here. The proposal is for an infill as a continuation of the design walk all the way from the north, going all the way down to 5th Avenue South, with infill of mixed-use buildings, some residential buildings, commercial buildings. And there is also one proposal which was during the charrette, and we did not have illustrated prior, the so-called pedestrian scramble, which is on the north, kind of in the upper right corner of this drawing, which is an example from another place. And it is called the scramble because basically pedestrians are given priority in all directions, with basically stopping the traffic around the Four Corners. So this was one idea from the charrette, which resolves at least the situation with the pedestrian crossings in all directions. So that's one idea which we wanted to have recorded for the future. Enable Prosperity, this section which talks about infill development, different building types. We expanded, we wanted to further illustrate some of the building types which we are proposing. The so-called apartment villa, which can be apartments, condos, rental, market housing, workforce housing, or affordable housing, to show that with the physical presentation of the buildings, you can basically create a diverse housing stock, and it doesn't necessarily need to be very different, whether it's a luxury, whether it's workforce housing. It can be similar architectural syntax. And we're not saying that this needs to be the syntax, but just showing that the massing, at 3 stories, or 2 or 3, and I will show you some examples, with small parking plazas, you can create a very cost-efficient infill, within Naples, where you accommodate various price points. Here we just wanted to show the plans. They can be 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom apartments, beautiful actually units with corner units with light, usually with in both sides. They can be 2.5 stories, they can be 2 stories or 3 stories, with porches, with dual entries, with the corner balconies, all these different varieties. And then another precedent, another building, which is an apartment liner, which is also, we thought that it's a very useful example in case you do an infill without a parking garage. A parking garage, there are some lots which may not get a parking garage. It's an expensive proposition. You need a bigger piece of land. For the smaller infill proposals, this type of apartment liner is a good one, where you have the parking, as you can see here, you have the parking underneath the building, but the frontage, the corner, is really habitable space, lively, and then the parking happens on the ground floor in certain portions of the buildings. And we demonstrate this with a more detailed design, for example, that you can fit the parking, you can put 3 stories above, maybe the corner can receive even some mixed use. And we show these building types, both the checkerboard or the apartment villa, in one of the lots. And I believe that these are maybe 2 or 3 properties, and we're just showing that you can fit a few of those checkerboard apartment proposals. And also the liner building on one of the lots on 3rd Avenue North Extension. Right now, this is a kind of a dead end. You cannot, there is no entrance on Goodlet. And along Goodlet, this typology about the liner with the parking underneath and then the apartments above. And it can be workforce housing very easily to replace some of these one-story storage units, as useful as they are today. Development precedents, we added some mixed-use buildings just to show examples. The architecture matters. The architectural syntax can be varied. We were driving today, we came kind of crossing 5th Avenue, and we saw that there is some exuberance there, which may be annoying. It's too much architecture happening along 5th Avenue South, which was product of our efforts from 30-something years ago. So we wanted to show that you can calm down the architecture. It can be, doesn't need to be that elaborate, which makes it expensive. With a lot of detailing, with a lot of articulation, the more you put in, the more expensive construction is. And with very simple massing and simple structures, but good proportions, good windows, you can actually achieve a great kind of street ensembles. And these are examples from other places. They may not be appropriate. Maybe the current 5th Avenue South is the closest to West Palm Beach, some of the streets there, a kind of this Floridian type of syntax. But you can see that you can have a variety of things happening. And we have seen, some new buildings happening, whether it's the, the 1111, the black and white, more subdued, at least color palette, if nothing else. If it's not, the massing, which is a kind of excessive, at least we heard that there is a kind of a drawback from the 4 stories, 4 or 5 stories. You want things to stay within the 3-story scale. The syntax, the architectural syntax, can vary if you focus on good proportions, good materials, and not go into too much elaboration. And then this is a kind of a more a George Washington Carver redevelopment focus area, where we had a few proposals for smaller interventions, which can be done very early on. They can be one of the earlier projects in a kind of by priority, in the first priority. A kind of in the mid or long-term priority can be a full redevelopment of George Washington Carver, including, and we included these building types which I showed you before, liner buildings, the checkerboard villas, and also some townhouses. And to show that by doing that, preserving most of the existing big trees, you can actually double the capacity of the place today. And because the city owns this land, there is the potential to do that on that site without changing too much the character. Right now, it's like 2- and 3-story buildings are there, and we heard that it's the 40th year. It has been the project has been there for 40 years, so it's probably there will be some basically study of whether the building is in good, but the buildings are in good shape and how long their lifespan will continue. Connecting the district, and here I believe we focus mostly on 10th Street. We had some initial proposals and we had some corrections, like for example, south of 10th Street, south of Central Avenue, 10th Street has been recently redone. I mean, recently, maybe in the last, 10, 15 years. But it has been functioning fairly well, so we focused most of our efforts north of Central. As I said, some of these more not dramatic, what is the word, stronger proposals, like moving curbs and moving parking around and things like that, they have to come after your kind of overall drainage basin study is concluded. So, you know, the infrastructure is a kind of to coincide with or to follow these results. But the general proposals remain for, you know, kind of strengthening the frontages where the alleys are opening on 10th Street to enclose them along the west edge. Also on the east side, there are many open parking lots, which is also not acceptable for a very important north-south connector to have just parking lots. You know, sidewalks, to be able to increase them, to enlarge them, and not only enlarge them, but also to make them continuous as possible. Because it's an important corridor, and if it meanders, you know, the sidewalk meanders too much, you know, people are discouraged. Also, some of the bicycle lanes also meander in a strange way. Parking, you know, I'll show you some examples about the parking options. Shade, you know, and these are things which we heard. We basically recorded many of these recommendations from the charrette. Traffic calming was definitely something which we heard. We did not experience ourselves, you know, to see people speeding along 10th Street, but we heard that this still happens, even with larger vehicles, with trucks and stuff like that. So traffic calming will be very important, and any kind of pedestrian amenities like seating, art, fountains, bicycle racks, etc. And this is a proposal for 10th Street North, which we actually kind of reconceived. We know that the right-of-way is 60 feet, and there were some kind of wasteful pavement along many of the blocks. Like, for example, if you see on this existing condition on the east side, basically it's a parking lot which is accessed directly from 10th Street. So once you have the parking at the front of the building, and second you have, you know, an enormously wide, you know, entrance. So it's a kind of a doubling of the driveway area. So in the future, you know, when buildings will come, let's say right there in the parking lot, and the parking lot will be hidden in the back, we are proposing for a continuous sidewalk. You know, we basically mirrored the building across the street. We didn't invent a building, we just mirrored it. For example, it will be something similar, you know. On the other side, continuous sidewalk, and the possibility of even putting a angle parking on one side, the parallel parking on the other side, and the sidewalk remain in the same condition. But this is this particular area. We looked at the overall length of 10th Street, you know, and some parking options. Here in the lower edge of the drawing, we have the existing conditions where we have heading parking with cars encroaching on the sidewalk if there is a sidewalk. In some cases, the sidewalk is very, very narrow. And in some cases, we have parallel parking on the other side. There are more different variations of just parallel parking south of Central Avenue, as I said before. And, you know, in this case, our proposal is here on the right side, where you use the basically you have to reorganize the parking to maximize the total spaces where it's possible, and also put some wheel stops at the front of the car so they don't encroach on the sidewalk. I think that last time I was asked the question whether we move curbs. And in some of these proposals, the curb needs to be moved around to make a wider sidewalk and things like that. So, but it has to be taken into consideration with infrastructure study. You know, this is not something which we are going to recommend lightly one way or another. That's why we have a few different proposals. One is with parallel parking on both sides, and then another one which is with the angled parking, which I showed you north of Central. We had a proposal for angled parking south of Central, and we heard that that's not something which residents will appreciate, and it's already done. They have parallel parking on both sides. This is a kind of a new proposal, which is for some temporary tactical improvements, which we believe that kind of if you would like to have a project, you know, kind of very soon. If you want to start it even, you know, later this summer or in the fall, or like right away, even not waiting for the infrastructure, you know, the drainage studies and all of that, that's a possibility, which is traffic calming through the so-called tactical urbanism. It is a toolbox which has been adopted around the country, you know, for traffic calming, for destination creation, a kind of a short-term changes for a long-term future, let's say. And they can be done in not expensive ways, just with paint and with a kind of community involvement. Because the design district is, you know, so art and decor focused area, we believe that you will find a kind of the initiative of the community to embrace such proposals. And these can be either, you know, you do this painting and these tactical improvements along a block, or at an intersection, or at an entrance of an alley. So it's something which we have seen around the country. We have it in Coral Gables also, and it's very interesting when we have over there, we have a street which is overly wide, and then the pedestrian walkway is painted like this, and it's really a traffic calming, and it's a very kind of a reassuring pedestrian amenity. You know, you feel like the street becomes much more friendly. Of course, here we are showing variations on the theme. They can be done in a synchronized manner, so it's not a hodgepodge of very different ones, but also they can be created in a way that they are, for the different blocks, there are different intersections and a different character. This one in the middle, for example, right here, it was a design which we did for one of our coastal communities in you know, outside of Miami, called North Bay Village, which is basically a roundabout medallion design for the community, and they will be soon implementing it. So that's this is something which you can do sooner than later, you know, and not waiting, you know, 1 or 2 years for the bigger interventions. The good news with these type of interventions is that they can be temporary, which, you know, if they are done well, they can be they can stay for a long time, or they can be, if they're not that successful, they can be replaced easily. So that's one proposal. We have also a proposal for First Avenue South, which you haven't seen before. We had an initial proposal, but we kind of strengthened that proposal. You can see the existing conditions here on the upper end of the drawing. It looks like it's the countryside. It doesn't look like it's a central urban location. And we are showing the development, you know, basically between the Playhouse and 10th Street and what it can be. That it can have some kind of a gallery condition here at this end where the sidewalk is covered with a light structure, maybe residential above, maybe commercial on the ground floor. Just a suggestion that this can happen. Actually, I'm not sure whether the downtown regulations currently allow for a gallery, which is, you know, over a sidewalk, development over sidewalk, but that's just one suggestion. You can see on the other side is only residential. The street is, because it has such an excessive right-of-way, 80, we believe that you can have generous sidewalks, but you can also have, a planting strip or planters for trees. You can have also bicycle lanes, parallel parking, and possibly angle parking on the other side. And you can see that we are very precise here with the dimensions, as we believe that with smaller lane widths, actually traffic calming becomes natural. So you don't need, raised intersections and different textures, but people will naturally slow down with these dimensions. And buildings, of course, on both sides. Today it's like, I have seen speeding there because it just kind of feels almost like an open field, which will be changing very soon, of course, with the playhouse coming. So we had also, these pages are new, some analysis and assessment and recommendation on landscape. We heard that, about the desire for more green space, for more parks and open space in this area. We did this analysis of all existing parks, which are Lake Manor Linear Park, the Cambridge Perry and River Park Community Center, and some recommendations about what can be improved within them. But we also pointed out that the design district is also in the midst of a good regional network of parks and green areas. So for you as a community, open space has been very important. And we here, when we just listed, that you are 12 minutes away, walk from Charlie Anthony Park, 15-minute walk from Baker Park across the street, and all the other, Cambier Park, Fleischmann Park. It shows that there is a rich kind of amenity, a rich wealth of amenities around the design district. And we cannot, expect that the design district will, provide a huge amounts of this active space. Currently, you already have a good inventory, but our recommendation is that in the middle of the blocks along the design walk, that some green space to be allocated with maybe species which will make it unique, whether it's palm trees or not to interfere with the businesses and stuff like that. But we also talked about some of the design walk hardscaping, which actually is not only about the design walk, it's about other places, for a kind of multi-purpose lawns which can be stabilized for truck access, gravel and grass, permeable base materials, things like that, which you already have a very good list in your code of ordinance, the landscape regulations. So we commend these and we support all of your recommendations, all of your regulations there. But we are kind of adding certain elements, like, for example, some of these recommended trees, like the full range from large trees to medium trees, ground covers, shrubs. You have some of those, and we kind of stress on native species with the drought and flood tolerance and stuff like that, which you can look through those and see what can be implemented. As we have discussed before, actually, on the regulatory implementation tool side, again, we're not writing your literal language of regulatory tools. This was not part of our contract and deliverables. We were recommending. So we went through a big regulatory review of many of your existing documents, and we did a kind of a list of the things which we would like to recommend to you as future possibilities, zoning recommendations. a proposal for a design walk special overlay district, some management best practices, implementation tools. And you have seen most of those. There was kind of the need to put the links to all of these documents which we went through. Your redevelopment plan, most recently 2014, some older documents, 2019 vision of Naples, as well as the latest, which we just added, the Naples Housing Affordability Study of 2022 with the links. So it's a kind of handy to everybody, to whoever is looking through this document. And we derived some recommendations. Last time we talked about the current districts which were actually outlined like this in the drawing to the left in your redevelopment plan from 2014. And we are kind of recommending some reconfiguration of this district. However, these are not the zoning districts. I'll show you the current and the proposed zoning districts. These are more for orientation purposes and more based on kind of the current use, like, for example, the medical district, which was a kind of grabbing almost half of the design district along US 41 at that moment, which is fine to be mixed use. You know, the whole thing is mixed use, so it's actually, the labeling is not that important in this particular case. It's more important what happens in the zoning districts. And here, this is a good summary of the Naples 2041 redevelopment plan with the key alignments and some conflicts. You know, we have alignments on many points about connectivity, about mixed use, about some of the financing strategies. You have a range of good things going on with this redevelopment plan, and we are in support of those, so we list them here on the left. Like housing and business incentives. It's just good from, time to time to look at those and see what they are. And specific alignments with the design district about health and safety, about scale, multimodal network. All of these things we tried with our report, with our master plan, to actually underscore and also have proposals with these proposals. In line with these redevelopment plan goals. And then there are some potential conflicts, like the mapping, as I mentioned before, the CRA districts, with the overlaps, with the zoning, of course, because the downtown district zoning is more or less consistent with Fifth Avenue South, but when we want to make this area different from Fifth Avenue South, we need some new zoning regulations to serve the design district as it will be, today with, or in the future with more innovative recommendations. And then the multimodal network, to acknowledge that there are some conflicts in pedestrian, vehicular and bicycle traffic, especially with the interface along US 41, where we are proposing the so-called pedestrian sleeves, more enhanced intersections, at least in the short term. And some of these tactical tools, which I showed you for 10th Street, they actually can be easily transported to US 41 for these special areas. Whether it's over there, you may have to do like raised intersections where you change the material so cars really are physically reminded that they have to slow down. And then here, these are the zoning maps. This is your current zoning, which is, you can see that most of the design district is under the downtown zoning category. And what we are proposing, and these are kind of written down, our recommendations, what we are proposing in the zoning is that the area which is between US 41 and 10th Street, with some blocks on the other side of 10th Street, of course, are design walk designation, with some blocks along Goodlette-Frank. The areas which are under planned development, they most likely will remain as such. The single-family neighborhood, the Lake Park neighborhood remains Lake Park neighborhood. So it's not dramatic changes. It's basically outlining the more specific areas where you will need more flexible zoning regulations, fronts and backs in the along the design walk, obviously, they cannot be the same regulations as in downtown. And you have seen these. We have some edits in the language, the conceptual regulating plan, the urban standards, and that's just a sample, with some ideas. It's not a fully developed proposal. As I said, these are recommendations. This is not literal language. And here what we did is we added with the language for the pedestrian sleeves, which are along basically crossing the avenues between the blocks. We were saying that each half block shall provide at least one passage to link the design walk to the pedestrian sleeves and ensure north-south district connectivity. And the passages need not to be aligned as long as they connect via the alley. And this is a language like this. It sounds like we wrote language, but we don't want you to consider that a specific language. It's a recommendation which you can tap into later when you do your changes. And then the storefront and other standards, what we added here, we were talking about, I believe last time or in one of the meetings, prior meetings, about the building scale. And what is important is if we regulate a maximum building length, actually that's very important because it's not only about height, but it's also about length. You can have a building which occupies the whole block and then it looks massive and heavy and large. So yeah, here we suggested 180 feet. We have used this number in other places. It will be interesting. We were driving this morning on 8th Street, and it will be interesting to measure some of the new buildings which come up there. There are like at least 2 or 3 of those new buildings. They seem like good scale at 3 stories, and the length is not excessive. Maybe they can be measured, and we can see, 180. These buildings are much bigger than 180 or much smaller. That's a good exercise, and we did not, this morning we thought about such an exercise, but that's something to do and decide, okay, we want 150 feet or 120 or 200, a dimension which you will be comfortable with. This also can be studied in 3 dimensions for kind of the character and the keeping in with the scale of the neighborhood, not overdoing these areas. These best practices in management, I don't believe you have seen in the prior draft. We added them afterwards. And they are meant about how we heard about operations and service within the alleys and how do you manage this. And all of these details can be managed through service and operations protocols. And we talk about recommendations about trash receptacles and waste bins and how to group them and when to do the trash collection and at what time and how not to conflict with the regular traffic and visitors. And all of these are listed here. From our prior experience, we have done this before and many other cities have done. And here we have actually one example from the Grappino block, with dumpster rules. These have to be very clear for users and for the what you need to do and how you can basically coordinate the efforts within the alleys to be this shared and pedestrian-friendly shared space, because we are not eliminating the services and the operations, of course. We talked about food and beverage and pop-up eateries and food trucks. This is also something which can be regulated and managed. So we talk about this, that these businesses and these trucks, they need to be properly coordinated and licensed, and so that they augment and not detract from the existing businesses. We heard these fears from existing businesses that we are going to allow trucks everywhere. No, it will be a very kind of well-managed process. And then signage, we heard about the need for some relaxation of some of the signage regulations which you have currently, like the so-called sandwich boards, or they're called A-post, what was it? A-frame. the A-frame signs, which are allowed in many places. But it's, again, they can be managed. You know, if people want them and need them, they can be managed, you know, exactly where they should be put so they're not impeding pedestrian traffic and all of that. Parking, this is also about parking, kind of a more general recommendation, whether you will need some kind of a management authority for this particular area, because it's unique. It's not something, it will be parking which is interspersed within the properties, on the streets, and how this situation interfaces. We heard that many property owners are not happy with the current shared parking requirements for buildings built after 2004, I believe. So this is something which needs to be looked at. Noise abatement, again, recommendations of how we can handle that. It is not impossible to handle. There are places where you have arts and you have you know, music, and you have public space in the middle of blocks, and this is it, and it is handled through management, whether it's sound absorbing materials or special windows or special speakers for outdoor you know, outdoor venues. These are, you know, there are technologically advanced ways to manage noise. Light pollution, exactly the same. We heard, you know, the concern that we do not want to create some kind of 24/7 environment of non-stop nighttime events with a lot of light pollution, and how this can be also managed within the dark sky standards. We had a little bit of a change in the Business Improvement District text, which basically it will be, we were you know, we created this recommendation according to one of the meetings. I don't remember whether the last or the prior one, that the model to emulate for the design district will be with the Florida statutes, the Title 12, Chapter 170. So we added this text, and these statutes was the basis for the Naples Fifth Avenue South bid, and also the Miami Wynwood Business Improvement District, which both of them are well established, and there are, you know, good lessons to be learned from these two places. And then that's the last slide. It is the implementation matrix. We were calling it implementation matrix. Now we turn it around a little bit. We are calling it now priority matrix, because the priority matrix is part of the implementation toolbox. And in this master plan priority matrix, we structured some of the projects and suggestions and recommendations which you saw in the study. We structured them according to their short-term, mid-term, and long-term priority in 4 categories, which are about urban design and physical environment, you know, the transportation infrastructure and regulations and policies and financing and funding. It is in no means a final document. This is a flexible document which can expand in each direction. More projects can come in or can be deleted or can be added on. Also, responsible parties maybe can be also added, you know, responsibilities, who will be doing, let's say, the financing or some of the other tasks. But overall, we hope that this whole document remains as a kind of a flexible and living document. We apologize that it's so long. It's 170 pages. We want it to be comfortable for your eyes, but we understand that it is difficult to print in that large format. And I see the black and white copies at your desks. We may think of something, maybe we print them in our office and we bring some color copies. We have only, today we brought one because we finished the printing at 10 o'clock last night. But we would like to see this document as a living document which you can pull out portions, whether it's by a chapter or by project, and and have the implementation started right away. So we really hope that with the kind of the synergy which we experienced during the charrette, during all of the meetings, we see not only the community but also leadership in the face of the CRA, of you all, and the CRA advisory board, and the planning and zoning, and the community, the property owners. I mean, we see the enthusiasm, so we believe that you will be doing things soon. So we are very grateful to have been with you these months, and thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, thank you. And as I look at what we have before us, and the recommended action here is for the CRA to review, which is what we're doing, and accept the final Naples Design District Master Plan, and then provide any additional direction to the staff. And I'm going to start off and thank Mr. Boudechouar in his role as the city manager in working with Anita to really take it from what has been up to this point, the CRA administrator standalone, to creating the CRA team, and doing that with aligning the department heads directly to the CRA administrator to make the team, so that when we move forward, we will have a great line of communication to accomplish those things. With that in mind, I would normally just open up for questions to DPZ, but I thought what I would do at this point is to really ask each of the department heads who are here to kind of come forward and make sure that they understand, or give us their understanding of, do we have what we need here? And do they understand what could or should be done? And if not, where we need to go to get that direction from it. So with that, I think one of the main departments, oh, and he's not here. I was going to say, nope, there he is in the corner. Yes. Maybe they have Andy come up and speak from the streets and stormwater, because one of the ways that we had talked about making sure we have proof of concept was to prioritize 10th Street, and that has great implications on you. So kind of give us your thoughts, what you see in the plan. Do you have a clear understanding of where we want to go, what implications it has to your department, and how we can proceed, or what we need?
Sure. Andy Holland, Interim Director, Street and Stormwater Department. So I support the short, medium, and long-term priorities.
Great.
I heard Galina mention the 10th Street improvements. That was actually 1999, so coming up on 24 years ago. And that was south of Central. So taking a full look at the corridor and maybe a refresh streetscape improvement is a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
It would kind of have to be after the proposed drainage improvements.
Mm-hmm.
But I also like the idea of the she calls it a tactical, tactical
Improvements,
surface.
yeah.
We do those thermoplastic images. We did a couple on Fifth Avenue, the Fifth Avenue emblem.
Mm-hmm.
So we can propose a couple of those. They can make any image you'd like, and our staff puts them down. They melt them down. And yeah, the drainage basin assessment is really the big one, and what priorities come out of that. So we're continuing to work on that with a presentation to council in the fall.
Yeah. And that drainage assessment, that's going to be in the fall, like one of the first meetings? What's the time?
I believe we're looking at September.
September?
Yeah.
Okay. So tying that into with the 10th Street makeover would be pretty tightly
Yeah.
seen together.
Right.
Good. And we'll hear from Ms. Jenkins in a little bit about the thermoplastic, because as you saw, some of those, she has some really good ideas on how we can engage the community and really make this fun and vibrant for
Right.
that area. But from your perspective, you see you've got enough to understand the direction we need, tying that in with the basin assessment, stormwater issues that we have in the area, can fix that as we're looking at 10th Street and moving forward.
Yeah.
And the design part of it, you understand, so that if we move forward, well, not if, when we move forward with it, we have enough to be able to scope that out and
Design of
10th Street of a makeover of it.
Yeah, we would probably do a more detailed kind of charrette and public engagement process. But generally we do streetscapes projects like 8th Street and Central Avenue.
Yes.
So yeah, we have an idea of
Okay.
how to proceed with
And
that.
it's interesting, because it's good you say the charrettes, because in a couple of the examples, they showed parking, redoing parking on 10th, and each one of those has implications. Parallel parking the entire length of 10th versus angled parking versus head-in parking. And if I remember correctly, the head-in parking for one segment afforded 38 parking spaces. The angled parking represented 30 parking spaces. And then the parallel parking, I can't remember that number.
20.
20 spaces. So as we take each one of those into consideration, it changes the dynamics, or I guess the immediacy of us to look at, as she showed a demonstration of the pedestrian shed or 5-minute walk, and what implications it had in practicality, meaning that as we take 38 to 30 to 20 parking spaces by that different parking strategy, we would need to accelerate a mid-block parking strategy, meaning either surface and or long-term garage. So that would be something you'd really need to take a look at too.
Yeah, and our department is aware of some issues related to the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And the parking is tied into that too, because some of that head-in parking
Yes.
blocks some parking, blocks some of the sidewalks. And we actually have, we have a CIP, it's actually from the 1 cent sales tax for ADA improvements. And so some of those sidewalks have drop-offs, they don't have curb ramps. So that's another short-term fix on our radar, that we want to go in there and safe up those sidewalks, and that may include providing wheel stops and maybe signage for compact cars only, so that the rear of the cars isn't sticking into 10th Street. And that's something that we're going to take a close look at.
Good, good. So you feel good from your perspective, what you see here?
Yeah,
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Or any questions for? Yeah, yes,
Go ahead.
yeah.
Thanks, Andy. I'm not sure if you or Bob will cover this, but when I read the agenda memo, it seemed like staff was recommending we prioritize improvements to First Avenue South over 10th Street, which we had talked about at our last meeting and touched on again today. Could you comment on that and what that recommendation is based on?
Well, I'm not 100% what the recommendation was based on, but First Avenue South has been a project that's been kind of floated around for a couple of years now. In her presentation, she did show the image of what it looks like. It's not really the Naples brand. It's one of the only avenues in that area that doesn't have, really nice landscaping. It has, I think, street trees, mahoganies maybe, but the rest of the roadway cross section doesn't really meet the Naples brand. It's got intermittent sidewalks that just kind of end where that vacant lot is, and no curbing, it doesn't compare very well to the other avenues in the area. So I definitely still support doing something there, whether it's tied to the redevelopment of the other properties and the playhouse or not. It's kind of up to the CRA, in my opinion.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't tell if it was based on needs for stormwater improvement or water and sewer based on the playhouse, or because we're trying to promote redevelopment along that avenue. Just trying to understand the relative priorities with
Yeah.
the funding we have available.
And if I may, Anita Jenkins, in the recommendations under transportation and infrastructure, I'm not sure that we were actually prioritizing them. What the recommendation says is that 10th is more beautification and streetscape, and First has a lot more infrastructure and needs more attention and infrastructure. So I don't know that the recommendation was to say that we recommend 10th over First. The recommendation is 10th needs beautification, First needs more infrastructure improvements and more improvements in general. So that was the kind of the division between those two projects, is that more infrastructure is needed on First versus the streetscape on 10th. And these basin studies and utility studies would be used to inform your decisions moving forward on any major improvements.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful for later when we talk about the CIP and the relative priorities, just how it fits into the overall plan. Thanks.
Okay.
So, first of all, thank you. It's a very exciting plan. It has a lot of possibilities, and it's also very voluminous in details and structures and codes and refinement need to happen. So for me, approving this today is not something I could vote for until we get a better understanding of some of the mentioned changes in zoning and look at it more complete. I hate to say, yes, this, have it start moving forward, as you said, because it's about to happen. It's, you know, I want to get those structures in place for design standards and criteria before people just start running out because we approved this plan. That's concerning to me. So, with that said, first may be an area that needs infrastructure, but what type of infrastructure? I mean, it's being developed. Isn't that responsibility of the developers?
It depends on which type of infrastructure you're talking about. If a water main needs upsized for a private development, they would probably have to pay for that, or they would have to pay for that. There's no stormwater pipe under First Avenue South. The middle of it sheet flows to 12th and to 10th, and those intersections flood. So that's one thing that should come out of the basin assessment, what kind of infrastructure is needed there, if any. Maybe that sheet flow is the best case scenario. But that's also a swaled street right now, and if we don't put curb and gutter there, we should go in and reclaim the swales, which would be property owner responsibility during redevelopment. But you know, we don't dictate redevelopment. That you know, kind of happens on its own. So that vacant lot, when that gets developed on the north side, I couldn't tell you when. So no plans in the works right now.
Well, this is very helpful. These are the details I think that we need to know. So what about 10th? As from your department? I know not other departments, but.
Well, like a streetscape improvement on 10th Street, like I mentioned earlier. You know, that I think that would need to come after any major drainage or other infrastructure project, or in conjunction with it.
Right.
So no short-term plan there.
So if we receive the presentation in September, reality estimation for starting the project and completion?
We would go into a more specific design process. Maybe that's 6 months to a year, and then, you know, bid the work for construction. So at the earliest, 2024 or 2025.
Wow, okay. Well, that's it for
Okay.
drainage.
Vice Chair Hutchinson.
Well, I'm sorry, one last question. Do you have, and you don't have to give it to me now, but do you have a sheet or some matrix that has identified the areas of concern as of now before the basin maps?
I don't have one, you know, one wrapped up document, but we know where our hotspots are. Fifth Ave North, Central, and along 10th Street. I'm referring to. I can create something, kind of a hotspot map. The basin assessment will provide that, what the existing conditions are, where the flooding is now, and then in the future as well.
So for your knowledge, right now on Fifth Avenue, or Fifth Avenue North, where is the flooding? Because I was on that street on Saturday, and
I was too, actually, Saturday morning around 9, I was there. The intersection was not flooded that particular morning. The sidewalk on the south side was. I took a picture of that, actually. I have a lot of photos of Fifth Ave North and 10th Street, just
from
water.
this last flood?
Not from Saturday, no. But I have a lot of pictures of water over the crown of the road on Fifth Ave North and 10th Street.
Okay, because I didn't see it on Saturday, and that's when we had most of the flooding. So.
I concur with you. I didn't see it either.
All right, thanks.
Okay. Vice Chair Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when, as we received this presentation, I was thrilled about some of the higher level look at the various elements. So I think that from that perspective, we have this, we have it framed up pretty well. Are all the details in place? No. This is what I hope, that we accept this plan. We don't agree to every little detail in it, but we get things moving, such as the staff during our break, and looking at what the priorities are. And for years, I've said that 10th Street, because I drive down 10th Street on my way to Lake Park and my humble home there, and it does flood. So we've got to get the infrastructure right before we start moving on with some of these bigger ideas. I want to, without going too deep in it, I want to go to page 130 through 134. We're currently talking about infrastructure. And page 130 through 134 is the infrastructure assessment. And then it uses the name Langen.
Yes.
Is that the
Engineer.
designer?
Yes,
Is
the
that
engineering.
That's an engineering firm, okay? And if you would, go to page, specifically, David, if you're up there, page 131.
Actually, I do not have this one in this presentation. I have it in the.
Page 131's not in here? No, this is abbreviated. This is abbreviated, okay.
He's opening the.
All right, well,
Yes.
you gotta watch what you ask for. David can find it. All right? So this'll be pretty quick. 131.
From the last presentation?
No, the one that,
Basically, our.
yeah, and for the public, this is in our packet, 170 pages or so, the Naples Design District Master Plan. This is the final report, and it's dated June 2nd, 2022. So we're looking for page 131, which should say, Connect the District Infrastructure Assessment. If the pages are the same.
It takes time.
Page 131, Infrastructure Assessment.
Oh, up.
There it is. Is that page one? No?
No,
We're getting
131.
close.
keep going.
There it is. Okay, so those right two columns, I just want to make sure that we're not missing something for the public. The right two columns of this page are saying the very same things. However, in my opinion. So if you look at the opening paragraph at the top of the page, one paragraph on the middle says coastal high hazard area, and it starts the subject area is located in a coastal high hazard area. Then the next column over, it says the subject area is located in a coastal high hazard area. It has the same information. The middle column has items 1 and 2. 1 and 2 says, 1 says flood-proof or raise new buildings to the minimum FEMA design flood. You go over to the other side, it says number 3, flood-proof or raise new buildings to the minimum FEMA design flood elevation. Here's my point.
We have one.
The two columns, the middle column and the column to the right, are basically the same thing, yet there's items 1, 2, 3, and 4. Are we missing the real 3 and 4?
I believe so, yes. This was a kind of a, when we were PDFing
Yeah,
the document, I
got
guess.
it.
Is this what you have?
Do we know if there's a 3 and 4? I just asked, not now,
Yeah.
but get back to us. Let's update that so we know this is talking about infrastructure.
Good catch.
So let's don't miss some key elements here. That's my ask is, let's get this page right, please, and make sure we understand what the infrastructure needs are. And then I was, Andy, on page 162, it talks about the comprehensive plan, the land use element, and the level of service opportunities that are identified as part of the land use elements. I appreciate that from DPZ and whoever interacted and on staff on that, but I think it's some key stuff. So those are just an indication of some of the details that we don't, in my opinion, Mr. Chairman, we don't need to get in today, but I really like how they've, from a high level, they have given us the template and the structure.
Great.
And I think that we have a lot of things to go after and improve this area. So and whenever the time's appropriate, if it's appropriate today, I just got some details here. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
you.
if I
Yes.
may, I can answer that question now. In your packet is also the final infrastructure report. That's a separate document that is brought into this document. And just looking at that document right now for you, they do just have 1 and 2. So there is no 3 and 4. And that is on page 3 of 4 of the Langdon final report. So I think that they just had repeated the column next to it from before. Yeah, so you'll see that on page 3 or 4, the
see that.
final report is just 1 and 2.
I see that. Thank you, Ms. Jenkins.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes. And as you said, if updated, because the black and white, and if we go through some of these, the color coding was very important to understand what that had, so black and white didn't get us there. The black and white was as a result of a printing issue that came out that we had to quickly respond to.
It was on purpose because Anita knew it was going to be a draft. And
Yes,
we were going to be
yes.
making changes.
Okay,
And despair and agony.
there we go. Purposefully purposeful. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Chrisman. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Galena, for your presentation and your great work on this project, you and your team, and we've got a great product here. So a couple comments. First of all, I'm very comfortable, speaking for myself, accepting this plan today. I think it does provide a framework
Yes.
for going forward. That's what we want. As a practical matter, our consultant is at the end of their contract anyway, and I think they've done their job as we asked them to do it, and perhaps more than their job, and now the ball's in our court to move forward. Number 2, I want to jump ahead to make a point to an item later in our agenda, which is the discussion around the CIP budget. And if you look at that budget as it's put before us today, it talks about, among other things, $1.5 million for implementation of the 4110 master plan in the 22-23 CIP for the CRA. And whether that's the right number or not, I have no idea. I don't think any of us have any idea. But my point is this, that I think what we need is for our staff, and this seems like it's coming together already, for Mr. Budeshwar, Ms. Jenkins, and the rest of the team to, over the next couple of months, put together what I call an implementation plan. And I think it should be a 3 to 5 year look with a special, more in-depth look at the first year, meaning the year beginning in October. And based on what we have here with the implementation tools and other recommendations, let us know what they think we should be spending money on and for what purposes as it relates to transportation, other types of infrastructure, parking, design improvements, including George Washington Carver upgrades, and so forth. How should we spend money starting in October to begin to implement this plan? And I think they should take a look at this and then tell us what they think we should do, and then we can react to it and hopefully have that meeting and that discussion and make that decision in time for the budget to be approved before the end of September. It seems to me that's one important piece of it, the most important piece of it. The other most important piece is the planning and regulatory side, and I guess we'll hear from Ms. Martin, but having similarly a proposal as to her thoughts and a proposal from our planning department as to what we should be doing in terms of looking at our zoning, whether we do need an overlay district, other related matters, and also whether, frankly, our planning department, which is always very busy, could benefit from some third-party help in figuring out what those options might be. So those are my comments, Mr.
Right.
Mr.
Thank you. And you kind of reinforced what I was, where I was going with this, is to have each of the departments come up and basically say if they have what they need out of this. If not, then let's identify what it is we need. but then to make sure that they are, in this summer break, doing the work necessary, so when we come back in the fall, we have it much more defined and able to move forward with. And as the mayor said, you know, not really looking at this is ready, meaning we've got all of the regulations and all of the build-out to it ready to go. We're not there. This plan is the framework. The framework now is what we need to build out onto. And that's why I was asking each of the departments to kind of come up and give their thoughts. And with that, I'd like to continue and have Mr. Middleton come up from the Utilities Department and give us his thoughts.
I'm Bob Middleton, Utilities Director. Our Utilities Department did participate in the staff review and discussion of this. But I just wanted to focus, and during the meeting, I focused in specifically on First Avenue South.
Okay.
If you look at the entire area, if you're talking about development, that's where the most vacant property is.
Yep.
Like Andy mentioned, for the past couple of years, we looked at improving the utilities infrastructure, water and sewer, primarily the water, on First Avenue South, from Goodlet, maybe under Goodlet, west, under 41 to not quite to 8th Street. Right now there's two parallel water mains on First Avenue, a 4 and a 6 inch. That needs to be redone. We need to have one 8-inch main that runs the full length of that corridor on the north side of the road. That's kind of how much thought we put into it when we first started talking about this a few years ago. My opinion is whether the CRA participates in the cost or not with that, we need to do that water main now.
Anyway.
With the development to the south of First Avenue South, they can connect into the existing infrastructure, but you know, we can even work with them to make changes on their design as it crosses underneath First Avenue South to tie into kind of what I have in mind. We haven't designed it yet. It's a fairly quick, in my opinion, a fairly quick design.
Okay.
We got some tentative cost on it. We would probably have to bid that out, but I just would hate to miss an opportunity with the room that we have, and First Avenue is not as busy right now to proceed with that project. And I don't care if the CRA participates in the cost or not. I think we could get in and get out of there, and then whatever development takes place. To the mayor's question, you know, when does the developer pay for some of those costs? They're paid for by impact fees. I can't say that the development of that one single piece of property would be responsible for the burden of paying for an entire water main for the full length of First Avenue South. Like I mentioned the last time I was here, Naples Square paid a cost over and above the impact fees to upgrade the sanitary sewer pump station at First Avenue South and 10th Street. And that pump station has the capacity in it to handle pretty much anything we would want to do in that area south of Central.
And you, prior to this, in some of the conversations you've had on the basically 10th Street corridor, is the utilities can support what's there, or even some redevelopment in that.
Yes, like Andy said, you know, back in 94, 96, whenever it was, that was redone. There's only one large water main that runs under 10th Street. That's a 20-inch main from the plant that reduces to 16 to 12 as it goes under 41.
Okay.
That line's in good shape. If you recall, that's where we had the water main blowout in the middle of 5th Avenue South, or 41, and it was kind of an unusual water main break, because the main broke inside a conflict box for the stormwater system, the DOT stormwater system, and it was quite a feat to find that. But anyway, that section of main has been replaced. The main north and south of there is in good shape.
Okay.
So any water main utilities improvement on 10th Street, I don't think are necessary at this time.
Okay. So from your department, you really feel you've got an understanding, even
Yes.
if the redevelopment, the area, the focus would be First Avenue? And-
That's
yep, And
correct.
the rest of it, if we're tearing up 10th, you wouldn't be required to, from your department?
We will evaluate what the streetscape project improvement would be, and if we have anything at that time, we'd speak up, but nothing comes to mind right now.
Coordinate. And your comments on the CRA's involvement in, say, the First Avenue and that water main or water line, because if it's needed to be done anyway, then that is the city, and the CRA wouldn't be participating in it. The CRA has enough projects that and drain on the funds of it. So if it is a city-driven, then it is city, and the CRA really shouldn't jump in on it. So, and then the one other thing that I would say, given some of the mapping out that they have, design walk kind of concept, and that has implications on solid waste pickup, et cetera. And some of the implementations that I've seen is in some of the trips I've taken to Europe who do this concept where you have, in their case, closed off streets for basically pedestrian walks, but then you have the need for solid waste pickup. And solid waste pickup at times is restricted to less than or earlier than 10 a.m. in the morning. Is that something that would coordinate and work inside of solid waste pickup?
Everybody wants their garbage picked up by 10 a.m.
Okay. Yep.
That's the best way to answer that.
Yep.
All we can do is coordinate. We're working with the AC Marriott group on
Yep.
that very thing right now.
Yeah.
I don't have an answer for it, but it is
Okay.
it is an issue for timing and getting in. The same situation we have on on the alley behind Fifth Avenue South.
Okay.
Deliveries take place back there. Garbage needs to be collected. And we're evaluating that area. Mr. Chrisman knows we're involved in that, trying to figure that out. That's a very difficult situation. I don't want to create another difficult situation in this area.
Yeah, just the concept of it being a design walk back there, but at the same time, it's a critical infrastructure.
That's correct.
That would take on more of a need.
Now, more planning can be done on that as far as access to that walk area by other avenues through
Okay.
there. There are streets and cut-throughs
Yep.
that can be used to enhance that walkway.
Yep.
Going back to the water just a minute, I had a thought on that.
Yep.
The water line improvements, we replaced all the water lines pretty much on Central.
Okay.
And some to the north of Central. Now the streets, was it 11th Street, 12th Street, that tie into First Avenue South, a lot of those water lines need to be done. So we would include not only First Avenue South, but north,
Yeah.
I think it's 12th Street or 11th that need to be redone and catch onto the new lines and run south on that. So our design would include more than just First Avenue South.
Okay. And on the trash and the solid waste pickup, make sure that because the design walk is more longer term.
Yes.
Making sure that you've got that and working with Anita and the group to work
Right.
out schedules. That'll be part of the plan moving forward. Okay? All right.
Okay.
Yep, thank you. Yes, Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Question, are there also private solid waste companies picking up there? Or is it only the city?
Only the
Recycle.
city. I'm sorry?
Recycle.
Oh, recycled, yes. They
Okay.
pick up recycle, but it's not solid waste, garbage, and municipal waste. Just
Because as I'm walking around, it seems like there's some branded,
yes, you're correct.
bins.
You're right.
They're
and so we
recycled.
have an issue, I mean, we're going to have to coordinate it with them as well as
Private and public. yeah.
with your department. So
Yeah.
perhaps you can reach out to those vendors and, when you're working through this, and see what we can work out
No.
to coordinate
Keep
on
in
that.
mind, those private vendors do not report to the city.
Yeah.
Correct.
But we know who they are, and the private company, businesses hire those based on our ordinance.
But I'm sure they want to maintain a reasonably good relationship with the city, and perhaps
And we don't want to do anything
with
that's
your
gonna
clout,
deter
we can get it,
recycling.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good point. Good point.
take on the guy from southern Mississippi and after him, and they're probably going to pay attention. But I think that's really important.
Yep.
And then I have some global things to talk about, but I'm going to wait till the whole
Yeah,
presentation's over.
we've got a
before I
couple
do
more,
that.
and then we'll go in. Okay.
On the recycling, sorry.
Yes.
Oh, this is back on the First Avenue South and the water improvements. Just to expand on what was said, I think it was a year ago we asked for an analysis of the impact fees to make sure that.
Coming.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
we want to make sure it covers the
And
cost.
Just to let you know, there's not going to be any major changes in the impact fees from what they are currently right now.
It's good to know, and I like to see it to be sure.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, because the concept of we fix it and then therefore out from under it,
Say that again?
if we fix it, that means anyone that's developing is out from under the fees?
No.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Just on the recycling, so you kind of briefly touched on the ordinance and the coordination, so that would have to be a more kind of structural plan, because there are shared dumpsters there, which is the city, and then there are shared recycling, and that's all on an individual basis, and so that would have to come to, that details would have to have some type of a plan, instead of just saying, hey, you have to figure it out with your partner, your neighbor here on where the dumpster is going to go and where's the recycling
And we
going
look
to
at
go.
that as part of the development review. You know, not only is it our containers, but it's the recycled containers also. You mentioned shared dumpsters. I don't want to create that shared dumpster beast that we have in other areas. That is a billing nightmare, trying to figure out who pays what and how much. So whatever we can do in this development design, not to have shared dumpsters, and that all boils down to parking. You know, all the parking requirements that we have, you know, and when we start looking at where we're going to place dumpsters, well, we can't put it there because we're going to take up 2 parking spots.
Okay.
And they have to have those parking spots. Then the solid waste suffers at that. So I don't want to have any shared dumpsters or compactors or anything in this area if we can help it.
So that's a really big task, because
Yes.
I know I pay, or I don't, but my,
Tenants.
well, not my tenants, whoever manages my building
Right.
has a problem, because they have to pay the recycling company, but basically they are taking all of Second and behind us in recycling. And you can't stop it
Correct.
unless you put a lock on it, and that becomes difficult. So.
That's
Right.
correct.
It's some of the things we need to make sure regulatory-wise working out. Yes.
Back to Councilmember Blankenship's comment about impact fees. We've been seeing a lot of infrastructure programs from you in going through the CIP process. And, you know, some of these material rates have gone up by 40% or more. So when you had made the comment that impact fees weren't going to change, won't they change by 40%?
Well,
just like
impact fees don't pay for necessarily materials. They do fund capital projects, but what they're paying for is capacity in the plants. That's a capacity issue based on the capacity remaining in the plant and what that capacity cost. That's what the impact fees pay for.
So those materials that ultimately feed to the plant, they don't count?
That's where we'll use that money for infrastructure improvements, but that fee is based off the capacity of the plants and the cost of that capacity, of the remaining capacity.
Okay. All right. And the second is on the way that garbage is picked up today. You know, if we're going to activate those alleys to something that we want to actually draw people toward, you know, the way that the dumpsters that I've seen are picked up are they have an enclosure typically. They open the enclosure. They, you know, get the refuse, and they drop it back in, but it remains open. Do you envision a procedure change where they close that gate again? Because at times it's, you know, yes.
It is the property owner's responsibility to maintain the enclosure.
Okay.
My drivers don't have the time to open and close the enclosure. Typically, we get there, it's closed, we will open it, but that requires him to stop and get out of the truck, dump the container and drop it, and just the amount of time it takes to repeat that process through 100 pickups a day is not efficient for us. So once we do that, it's the property owner's responsibility, number one, to make sure that the container lid is closed and that the enclosure is closed.
Okay, so we're just gonna have to make sure the process works, because nobody's back there.
That's-
We envision people dining back there.
Yeah,
Again, regulatory.
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
But you agree you've got what you need?
I do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll, whatever we need to do, we'll.
Yes,
take up
and then we'll
with the
coordinate and
manager
building this out further.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and the next, is Planning Department. In the last go-round, oh, yeah, why don't we do fire first? Because fire, let's do fire first. Come on up, see? Yes, see, that's exactly what I was thinking.
With friends like these, right?
In your name, yes.
Good morning, Corey Damsky, your Deputy Chief of Operations.
Okay, and have you looked at and understood some of this, and is there anything from fire's perspective that we need to look at, adjust, change, or things that you can add to as we move forward?
We certainly support the infrastructure improvements with the roads, the water supply, and things like that.
Yep.
Biggest issues that we really looked at were some of the alleys that are used and were changed in the plan to be design walks and things like that, as long as we still maintain access, because that's how we get to a lot of these facilities.
Okay.
It's similar to Fifth Avenue. A lot of the times if we have a call on Fifth Avenue, we don't use Fifth Avenue to get there, and a lot of our equipment is actually on the back side of the buildings in the alleyways.
Okay.
So that's just something that we'll work through as the process goes along, is making sure that we still maintain access and the availability to access the equipment that we use for buildings.
Okay, okay. And so working with, Anita, again, regulatory, what is the width of the design walk? What is the access to it, the turns of it? Need to make sure that we're coordinating with you as we're doing the build-out of.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yep.
we, through every process that we have, whether it's building, site plan, or anything like that, we always have a crack at the documents before anything is
Okay.
approved
Yep.
or
Nope,
finalized.
guys, in the back, Gary,
Sorry, guys.
Mr. Young.
Gavel.
Okay, go ahead.
With any project before the site plan process or anything like that, we do have a crack at the documents to make sure that we do have access. So nothing's going to just willy-nilly be approved and then we come in at the back end. It's always going to be at the front end that we have a view of a project to make sure that we maintain everything we need. And there's ways that we can get creative, like with Baker Park's access to the bridge and the greenway. We actually put in bollards to keep other vehicles out, but we can actually unlock them, take them down,
Perfect.
and drive our smaller vehicles out there so we can find people or anything like that.
That's right in line with the concept of the design walk and having access, but at the same time not having access so that it is a walk. So those are great, and coordinating that as we move forward would be perfect. So,
Absolutely.
okay. Any questions for the fire? Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
What is the distance? What do they need?
Yeah,
The
that's,
turn radius?
yeah, that's where I look at and the question is, what is the distance needed and all? Those are the particulars as we're moving it and building this out that we'll need to have coordination with, so. Yes, and one of the takeaways in the last one, and don't want to fix this issue, meaning that we have this build-out. This is more of the concepts that are in here and how we go, because the last conversation we had was the overlay district, the benefits, et cetera. Want to have that, and we'll need to make sure that we understand that as we go from concept to practicality. But today, I don't think we need to come to an agreement on it, just an understanding of it, okay? Just to preface. Go.
So, Eric Martin, Planning Director. This, I think, for our department mostly, or more than the other departments, this is a very
Yes.
preliminary. This is just kind of
Yep.
a quick start, because there are so many changes that would have to happen to realize any of this plan.
Yeah.
So I guess what we would ask, because we'd have to change the zoning.
Yeah.
standards for pretty much the entire, well, I mean, most of the zoning standards for this area. So I guess the questions, there's two ways to approach that. One would be an overlay
Yep.
over the D downtown specific just to this area, or we could take a look at the entire D downtown. There's not too much land, but there are only some parcels that are outside this defined area that are in the D downtown district, and see if we'd want to, apply these standards to the entire D downtown and just amend that zoning district. You've seen in other zoning districts, you can take, amend the entire zoning districts, but then have separate development standards for geographical areas within that. So if you wanted to pursue amending the entire D downtown, but then having standards specific only to that design walk, that's something you could do. Or if a first step would be just to address the design walk and maybe not go all in and amend the entire district and all the aspects of the plan, but just start with that design walk area. That could be a first step.
Okay.
But I think it would be this is just step one of a much larger public engagement process.
Yes.
Because a lot of the concepts that we're seeing in here are, some are brand new, but some are ideas that have been kicked around previously. And generally, there's a reason why we haven't pursued those. Food trucks, for instance. We've had conversations here and there over the years about food trucks. That kind of becomes a hot button issue with the restaurants and the businesses in the district.
Yep.
And the other is outdoor dining. We've had a lot of conversations here about outdoor dining, whether we want to encourage more outdoor dining, whether we want to tighten up the regulations we have on outdoor dining. And do we want, like Fifth Avenue has outdoor dining regulations specific to that district. Would we want to do something specific just to this area with respect to outdoor dining?
Yeah.
I think we don't see a lot of, I guess this plan is proposing to open up the alleyways.
Yeah.
To create those outdoor dining spaces. That's not something we see elsewhere in the city,
Right.
so that would be a broader conversation.
Yeah.
And then also, I was talking to Andy, and one of the things, we are gonna have a parking discussion about D downtown on Monday, but so we'd wanna talk about the shared parking, but then also a couple of the plans in here with respect to changing the on-street parking, I would just remind council, we'd want to work closely with Streets and Stormwater because the D downtown has a provision that allows you to allocate on-street spaces for redevelopment in the D downtown. So we have a pool of on-street spaces. So if we alter that number, if we add to that number, great.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, if you add to that number, that just adds to the amount of available parking to allocate to more redevelopment. But then also if we take away from that number,
Yes.
that could affect that redevelopment. So I think it would be a broader conversation about parking in general in this whole area.
Yeah. So your recommendation really is that we have more of a workshop as we come back in the fall to delve into a lot more of the intricacies that we're talking about and to build out the what-ifs?
Yeah, I think from the zoning changes standpoint, it would be the kind of the first decision would be, do you want to go all in?
Okay.
Or do you want to kind of do this one chunk at a time? Like I think we talked about last time, they'd proposed just that design walk.
Yeah.
Kind of as a test, like do we want to just pursue that? Or do you want to go in, all in and do that? But I would recommend that we have a consultant, because I can't imagine the amount of time that this whole process would take
Okay.
for our department. But then also I think you want those charrettes and you want that public engagement because some of these topics and some of these concepts are going to have major changes in that district.
Okay. It changes in the zoning and regulations. I think the charrettes we've done and the idea has been embraced of doing the design walk and outdoor dining behind it. So I think we're past that part of the charrette. I think the concept is now what levels do we need to take to look at our codes to adjust to accomplish that goal?
Right, how do you refine that down? Because
Yes.
what does that actually look like
Right.
to make that happen?
Yeah. And as you said, this is going to be a multi-step process. First step is we've kind of agreed we're going to look at 10th Street. So that will be phase one. So what implication does that have? And then the next succeeding steps after that. But from the concept, and that's what we're trying to do today, is you have what you need and understand concept-wise from this. And then we can have a workshop and build out the requirements or directional after that.
Yeah, my department, the zoning end of that's going to be
Yeah.
what's going to take us the next 3 to 5 years.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a much larger process to realize this plan.
Yeah, and this isn't just a discussion on what is the implications of outdoor dining, like on a Fifth Avenue perspective. This truly is, we're trying to create something. And the concepts that the public has weighed in on are in here, and you, more than anyone in your department, more than anyone, understands what should or could be done to move this forward. And that's kind of what I'm looking in, what we're trying to say today, because what we need to talk about today is, are we going to accept this concept? And I just want to make sure that each department has the idea what the concept is, understands it, needs more, tell us what that is. If not, we accept it, and then the work is to be.
I think this is a very complete first step.
Good.
For,
Okay.
For my department.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Open up questions, Mr. Chrisman.
Thank you. Just to share my thought on this question that Ms. Martin raised about the process, I think any zoning changes writ large have the potential to be enormously controversial. And in the end, it's the property owners that are the key constituency. And, I've seen a map of the property ownership within the 4110 area, and it's very fragmented, extremely fragmented. And despite the good efforts that went on through the charrette process, including having a charrette directed just at property owners, I think there's a lot of people who are not, a lot of property owners who are not necessarily focused on this yet. And so I just want to raise that cautionary note. And I think the challenge is, if you go to the property owners with something that's very abstract, how can they react?
Right.
On the other hand, if you go too far toward developing something new and there's a feeling that they haven't been engaged, there could be pushback then. So it's a fine line, and I just think it's the most important component of this to keep in mind, beyond obviously the content of the changes themselves.
Okay, good. Thank you. And as I said, what we want to make sure that we're looking at and doing in that next meeting that we'll have as CRA is to look at a workshop with the ideas and very specifically talk about the overlay district benefits, weaknesses, so that we can truly grab that one. Okay. It's Mr. Perry. Yep.
Yeah, I think we have to find that balance between, first, I think we can't just sit here and paralyze waiting for us to get around to get the zoning, any of the zoning issues resolved, because in my mind, that's the underpinning of the whole thing. But we have to get it right. So we have to try to strike that balance, but if DPZ can put this whole thing together with that they've done in a year's time, maybe in 6 months or something, we can at least get the preliminaries on the zoning, on figuring out what path we're going to take. Not getting it done, but at least deciding what direction we're going to take. Because it's kind of mind-boggling to me of an overlay on top of an overlay on top of whatever else is there. I need to call Eric every time to say, now, how does, walk me through this so I can figure out what's what. And that, one of the things, and I'm not sure who commented on this, but it's in our comments in the material, that some of the local businesses are saying it's too hard to get things done. And so I think we need to keep that focus.
Absolutely.
Particularly if we're going to encourage small businesses, we need to make it user-friendly. So that they don't, if they want to do something relatively minor, they don't have to hire a lawyer and whatever, and I have nothing against hiring lawyers, but if they just give up and they say, it's just too costly and too time-consuming and we're just not going to do it, I think that's getting in the way of what we're trying to accomplish. So I think Ms. Martin I think she's on the right path, and she's figuring it out, and we do, I think, as she suggested, getting her some help from a consultant on this so that they can just focus on this very specific thing would be a good thing, and the sooner we can get that underway. I guess what I'm trying to say on the original paralysis thing is if we come to a point where we just can't just boot it down the road and say, we'll deal with this some other time, because each of those adds more time without getting anything done. So I think we owe it to our community to try to keep this ball moving now that we have some momentum. Thank you.
Thank you. That was well said, because we need to make sure that we're instilling the idea of movement forward, of this excellent document that we have isn't 180 some odd pages, that it is a lifeblood that we need to initiate and move forward. And Mr. Holland left, but when he said that we're talking about 2006, it's like, oh, no, we can't be talking 2006. We have to be talking much, much earlier than that. So we need to look at in
2006?
Yep. 26. There we go. See, I knew we couldn't do it in 2006. We have to be faster. Let's do it in 2000. That we need to make sure that we are streamlining and working with all the departments, and that's why, as I said at the beginning, that to the new city manager, Mr. Boudouchoir, that the thanks to pull this team together. That's the linchpin that's going to get this, and the more we can accelerate it, the more with Ms. Jenkins' help that we keep everything not kind of loosely tied up, but tightly tied up and moving crisply is going to be the benefit of all. But weighing in, as Mr. Chrisman said, to ensure that we don't just run over people, that we have the consensus in doing it. So I look forward to your next presentation to us to give us an idea of this overlay, strengths, weaknesses, other ways we could do it, but accomplishing the underlying concepts in here. So. Yep.
And absolutely, but in that presentation, or I can bring it both ways, but are we looking more at the whole plan or doing it piece by piece?
Well, I would look at from my perspective, the first concept is overlay or not overlay, because what will the overlay do for us? Because we have a Fifth Avenue special overlay, and I think one of the
honestly, the easiest answer to that is the difference between an overlay or amending the whole thing is it just wouldn't affect those few properties that are not within this geographical area.
Yeah, well,
So I think,
I would, kind of my concept right there is, this is 1997 all over again, meaning we had the Duany plan in 1997. We put an overlay district in over Fifth Avenue. Did it accomplish the goals? If we didn't have that in 1997, would we have been able to accomplish those goals? I think that one can really give us a good focus and understanding, because if we didn't have a Fifth Avenue overlay with the Duany plan, and we could say that then we wouldn't have been as successful on Fifth Avenue, I think that answers the question pretty crisply.
That is true.
Okay.
I think that the Fifth Ave overlay, the redevelopment of Fifth Avenue has accomplished exactly what that overlay was intended to do.
Okay, then I think we've got a preliminary answer.
And that
to
is similarly, that you have two overlays because you're within the CRA, but then you're also within the Fifth Ave overlay.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I thought we, okay.
So we had a question, or we had a conversation about if we removed the Fifth Avenue overlay, are we creating a taking because people might have purchased their buildings assuming they have that zoning?
Potentially. I think the biggest change would be aesthetics to that, because that Fifth Ave overlay is form-based. It has the build to. It pretty much tells you exactly what the buildings will look like as you look down Fifth Avenue, and it creates that uniformity. If you take that away, then you have underlying zoning, that has setbacks instead of build to. It has all sorts of different regulations so you would end up with, you'd create a bunch of non-conforming buildings, but then also it would be a very different aesthetic, those newly developed buildings. It would kind of break up that continuity
So,
down the street.
and we don't have to answer these questions
Right.
now, we can do that later, but I think it's a big question. But if we accept this plan, does that become the regulating plan?
No, this would not, because this plan here is kind of a guiding document, but you would have to change all the zoning standards to accomplish this, because the zoning standards within the D downtown wouldn't allow a lot of what you see within this plan.
Right, so I'm just talking about past experience from my point of view. When I would go to a meeting, it was, well, this is in the plan. So this is what we're following.
The next step would be you'd take this plan, then you'd go into the zoning changes, which would create that overlay, and that's your zoning. That overlay becomes your zoning. That gives you your development standards, your height, setbacks, uses, all those standards. So then it would be when a new project came in and we were reviewing that project, it would have to comply with that zoning, but that zoning is consistent with the plan. So when they say, it was in the plan, that's where all those development standards came from. But no, just adopting this plan won't effectuate the development.
Accepting it versus adopting, is there a difference?
You can adopt this plan, but then you would still have to change the zoning in order to make this a reality. Because if you adopted this plan and didn't change the zoning, you wouldn't be able to make any of this reality without conflicting with your code.
Yes.
If I can just jump in, and that's where the implementation plan comes in.
Okay.
I mean, this is a framework.
This
but
is the
to-
concept.
But to make it happen, there are multiple steps that need to happen, and we as the team will work on what that implementation plan looks like, from physical improvements to regulatory planning improvements or changes.
All right, thank you.
If I may, just to
Yes.
say something about the overlay district, the perception maybe that this is one more layer and it's one more difficulty, but the goal of this concept is that the life and the livelihoods of the smaller businesses, the current businesses and the property owners will become easier, actually. We are trying to relax some of the very tight requirements in the overlay district, for the design, for the downtown and Fifth Avenue. So they're much stricter. Actually, the goal of this overlay district will to make things easier in terms of process, in terms of timing, in terms of backs and fronts and setbacks and all of these things. So this should be very much front and center, that it will be easier, not more difficult.
Okay. Yes.
If I could just finish, I'm sorry, with
Yeah.
just parking?
Yep.
So what about those that are grandfathered in with their parking? Does that go away?
No, so that's interesting. You'll see in the D downtown is one of our newer zoning districts. Funny that we're already moving on from that. But you'll see that there's a nonconformities clause separate from our general code. There's a nonconformities clause in the D downtown because this is all redevelopment. You have a fully developed area that we're talking about now where those buildings were built a certain way. So you can't just go in and say, we enact this code and now everyone's has to come into compliance. But the other thing is, this is a downtown, and the reason we have all of those payment in lieu of and on-street parking allocations is because there is not enough parking in the D downtown, and it would not be feasible to redevelop every parcel in the D downtown and comply with Chapter 50 parking regulations. Okay. That's one of the things that's what we're seeing, kind of the heartburn with the Fifth Ave overlay. Redevelopment plans generally have development incentives because you have to. That's how you get people to follow this plan. You bring this new plan in, this is what we want the district to look like. Well, a lot of this wouldn't be possible if people had to build 75 parking spaces on site. D downtown, and this area that you're looking at has a lot of our much smaller parcels. They're smaller than the highway commercial. They're smaller than a lot of our other commercial districts. These are small parcels. That's why we have our small businesses, our mom and pop businesses in this district. So generally redevelopment means relaxing some of those regulations like parking.
Okay, good. Right, yes, Ms. Petrons?
Just a couple questions back to parking. For this section, are we really just talking about for valet parking, one valet that would be at the theater? And have we taken the best practices of what our current valet is in and around Fifth to apply it to this area?
So we haven't gotten down to that detail yet, but yes, that is what we would look at if that was a concept that council wanted to move forward at, considering Fifth Ave's the only district that we have to look at as an example, but they do have a valet program for the entire district. It's not specific to one business. It's available to the district. So we would look to that and see if that's something you'd want to implement in this district as well.
Has anyone done an analysis on whether or not this is this valet program is a success and what changes could possibly be made?
I don't think we've done an analysis. We did discuss it at length in about a year ago. We did a parking, one of the amendments. Did we amend Chapter 50? One of the parking amendments that we did recently, we did have a lot of discussion about that valet in general, but also about that program. We had the Streets and Stormwater Department, give a lot of testimony. But no, we didn't talk to the business owners. I haven't heard, we didn't have a lot of complaints. Code enforcement also testified that it seems to be successful in that district. The businesses seem to really appreciate that as well.
Thank you. And then my final question is on clarification for myself and for the public. If we have an overlay district over an overlay district, does the second overlay replace the first one?
No.
No, okay.
But so you have, what you would have here is a CRA, and then whatever kind of overlay district we would hear. The CRA is not, they wouldn't conflict because the nature of those two overlays are different. The CRA is a taxing district overlay. The CRA doesn't prescribe setbacks. It doesn't prescribe specific uses on a property. The overlay, it sounds like we're looking at for this, would be a zoning focused. It would prescribe uses, setbacks, height, probably not, but those very specific development standards. So they wouldn't conflict in theory. You wouldn't want to have two overlays that had the same, that had development standards, both had setbacks, but these two shouldn't conflict because they regulate very differently.
Thank you.
All right. We're at past the break time, and I think we need a break. So let's take till 10:02, so it'll be 8 minutes. And then we have one more department, and then we need to have a conversation, all right? We are on break. We are back in session, and next up from the departments is our city attorney. And I asked the city attorney just to kind of just briefly, not go into the nuances, but as we're doing this, not only we were talking special overlay district, but also talking about a bid or formation of a business improvement district. And I will leave it up to you to kind of give us thoughts and then where we'll go at the end of summer at the next meeting.
Thank you. And just so you know, myself and Becky and the rest of our team, we're all excited about this as well. There will be a lot more work that we'll be doing associated with some of the changes that Erica had spoken about. But more specifically, I wanted to address the implementation tools, sources, and incentives, which is on page 172 of your materials. I think at a prior meeting, we were asked to just take a brief look at this, and that's pretty much what we've done. As Galina mentioned, the change was made to add the reference to Chapter 170. This is your typical creation of a dependent district that has the ability to make or impose special assessments. They are not taxes, they are special assessments. The properties must be specifically benefited for the particular use of what the funds are going to be used for. That is the one that is most frequently used. It's very commonly used, and I think Galinda also mentioned the Winewood Business Improvement District in the Miami area. That's the one. But in the report, there was also reference to some other dependent special districts that are available to you under Chapter 163. And I did a real cursory look of these because honestly, I don't think I've really been involved in too many of them. And I do have some experience with specifically with CRAs. And I looked at them, and I had talked with our finance director as well as with Anita. My initial reaction was that I don't know that they have a financing component. However, doing a little bit more research, they do. And so some of those districts allow for the imposition of a special assessment. But it is also almost the creation of almost another little governmental entity as a dependent special district. So the statute also for each one has specific guidelines that we have to follow if you want to go down that route. Just by analogy, under the Chapter 170, the City Council, you all adopted a resolution back in 2008 that spells out what the procedure is in order to create that entity. And I'd like to commend Galina and her team for identifying these for you, because these are options that you have, with the caveat that there are specific requirements that have to be followed under Florida law, basically the creation of ordinances. One of them even requires the matter to be placed on referendum before the voters. So what my thought was that, again, we're at the very high level right now, is perhaps over the summer or into the fall that we create some type of matrix that shows you the purpose of each one and what it entails to actually create it and the benefits that would be derived. I did have a brief conversation with our outside counsel, Chris Rowe, who helps us with our bond issues, with our special assessments. He too was very familiar with the 170 and not as familiar with these other opportunities that are out there, and he said he is available to assist if we need to go down that route. So we'll be coming back to you with more information. But the driving force for really which tool you're going to use is really for us to have a very good understanding of what you want to accomplish and the parameters of what you want this other group to do and to try to accomplish.
Great. And thank you. I appreciate it and the proactive approach that you're taking to get us more information so we can make intelligent decisions, and coming back to us in the fall with a matrix so we can digest this a little bit further. Any questions for City Attorney at this point? Yes.
Well, actually, Ms. Jenkins, do you know what the bid started out as on the Fifth Avenue bid? What statute?
170.
And then they changed?
No, ma'am. The resolution, they did extend it in 2019. The statute provides a limitation, and Nancy, please jump in if I misspeak. The 170 provides for the bid to be established for a period of 10 years with an opportunity to extend that. And that's what you did in 2019 with the Fifth Avenue bid, is you extended that time frame. Generally, what they are doing under 170 is marketing, promotion, and management. So the bids are required to have an executive director, and generally that's what that assessment is used for, is funding for the executive director, and then for their materials to, or the funding to provide materials for promotion and marketing and their events that they want to promote.
Okay, so if we are looking to promote this area, which was one of my questions, is live and enjoy small businesses, but the availability to bring people into this area, I would say that we need to look at, I guess Naples Square is a informal HOA?
I couldn't answer that.
Well, we need to find that out, because I know during the discussion of special events, they were very opposed to the art shows at the end of 10th. And so if we're looking to create more events like on 5th, on 10th, then I think that's something that we just need to have part of our discussion. But if you could just confirm with me, though, that the Fifth Avenue didn't start out with one type of statute, whether it was 170 or prior to that?
Sure.
Or if it's the 501c3 versus a 501c4, because maybe it was the statute or it was the status of being a 501c3 where you couldn't lobby, and then I think they changed to a 501c4 to where you can lobby. So
yeah, we'll include that in the matrix when we bring the information back to you, and the how it's established as a nonprofit as well.
Good.
Just as a point of information, because I looked into this separately, the Design District Association is a 501c6.
C6.
And you had mentioned, Mayor, Naples Square. Did I hear you right? I believe I'm correct in this, that each of the four, well, soon to be four, buildings or complexes over there have their own condo association. So there's 3 active, an HOA, if you want to, but it's formal. It's a condo association, and the 4th will have their own separate one as well. And any efforts amongst those 3, soon to be 4, I think are voluntary and cooperative, but not
formal.
But not formal.
Okay.
I mean, you should verify all that, Anita, but I believe that's correct.
I'll verify that. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I didn't see you there.
On the statute 170, does it define how a bid is actually formed? And who the members are, and do the folios define the members, and can you create more folios to create more voting members, et cetera? Is that all sort of defined out?
So there is a process under 170. In fact, you recently went through it, I believe amending your East Naples Bay district. It's almost, legally, it's comparable to that because they're both created under Chapter 170. As far as who can be a member, you have to basically have property within the geographic area, and your property must be benefited above and beyond what other properties in the city might receive from that specific imposition of an assessment.
And then the way that folios, can they create multiple folios if someone owns a building
It's a very detailed process, requiring the adoption of 2 resolutions. There's the first resolution where we try to identify it all, and then we come back with the actual cost, and then we calculate that out. It's set forth and I can speak with you separately about it, but it's in the resolution that council adopted in 2008, and that's been in effect. And having recently looked at that, I don't really have any issues with the process that the city's been following. So this one would be very similar to that moving forward.
Thank you.
And then the last person, Mr. Young, wants to give a clarification on something that we talked about earlier, but thank you.
Yeah, I just to add on to, so the CRA tax increment financing, that's probably for you, Mr. Young, is a separate fund that has a designation of where those funds can be spent. Like in this, it says that if we have a bid, they can buy street furniture. Can you buy street furniture with CRA funds?
Well, if they go about, excuse me, Gary Young, Finance Director, if they go about establishing a bid, it would be with whatever the parameters are that are established when they do the vote to establish to tax themselves for the property owners, and what that entails. So the bid that was originally established for Fifth Avenue included the matrix of advertising and all of those types of things. So if they included to furnish, to provide furnishings along the streetscape and stuff, I think that it would be. Keeping in mind, and one thing I will add is that when you talk about this mixed-use area, I would just remind that the Fifth Avenue bid did excluded residential because there's no, from their perspective, there was no enhancement to promoting an area for the residential components of that area. So I would only add that. So I guess what I'm saying, Madam Mayor, is whatever is in the resolution, provided it receives the affirmative vote required by the statutes, it would be a legal expenditure on.
But to the tax increment financing, can't we use that for
So
buying?
now let's switch over to the CRA. We're now no longer, let's assume there is no bid, the CRA could certainly do that itself.
Thank you.
Again, I asked to come up today. I wasn't planning on speaking, but when Mr. Middleton left, I figured I wanted to address the First Avenue South directly here, as in addition to what we'll probably speak about in the CIP. The only thing I wanted to make clear on a couple of things is, just because Mr. Middleton was making the statement that he needed to repair water lines or replace water lines, that doesn't deal anything with what the 4110 pictures you saw on that streetscape. And what I mean by that specifically is your general fund can pay to repave a road, put gold on it, and replace the water lines. They have the right to do that. You can spend it on whatever you want. The CRA, on the other hand, it can spend it on developing in an area to promote economic development, okay? In reverse, Mr. Middleton cannot spend water customer money to embellish the road and do anything else you want with it. So if Mr. Middleton's infrastructure needs to be replaced, and he's going to do that, it's the most opportune time for you to take your assessment of First Avenue and say, do we want to, first, evaluate what you need to do for stormwater, do that at the same time, and then what do you want the street to look like in the end? Now, if you say that, again, you can say the CRA never has to touch a penny out of it, the general government's going to handle that component of it, you're fine. But if you also said, well, because we want to redo the streetscape and we want brick intersections and there's a component of this, and let's just say 10% of the project, you have the ability as the CRA, because that would be legal to do as well. So I just didn't want there to be a misperception that Mr. Middleton is leaving here taking care of First Avenue South, nor did I want it that CRA it would be illegal for CRA to have spent it, depending on what part of the embellishments you adopted on First Avenue South. That's all. I just wanted to make a clear picture of that as we get into that discussion later on. And I think it was relevant for this component. So thank you.
Thank you. And then we have one public comment. Actually, we have a letter from the Design Districts Association that they've asked to read into the record. And I believe Quinby Tyler is going to do that. So I call her up at this point.
Good morning or afternoon, I can't tell. It's
Morning.
can't tell what time. Morning, good. Good to see you guys. So I'm putting my hat on today as a Naples Design District Association member. My shop, Audrey's, is a member of the Naples Design District, so I've been asked to read this in. So without further ado, I'll get started. This is actually from the Naples Design District. It's signed at the end by Elizabeth Kurtz Isbell, and it starts with, "To whom it may concern, the Naples Design District would like to extend our thanks to the Community Redevelopment Agency Council and Advisory Board, Anita Jenkins, and the DPZ Co. design team for their time and investment on the 4110 Master Plan. The formalization of the name, the Naples Design District, gives this plan a great start towards implementation. As a destination with many homegrown businesses, we appreciate that the plan incorporates the preservation of our charm and history. With growth comes many ideas, and we are here to support the efforts with our businesses and visitors in mind. To keep the momentum and excitement growing, we want to focus on short-term items. We have a few ideas on how to implement these items, such as running pilot projects, learning from recent activation efforts, and utilizing the talents of the businesses to find innovative solutions. Overall goals. A couple bullet points here. First bullet point is, preserve the historical charm of the Naples Design District while fostering a more creative environment with art and new restaurants. Bullet number 2, create new policies and incentivize property owners to invest in their implementation and support local businesses. Bullet number 3, establish a more pedestrian-friendly experience through landscaping, lighting, and parking. And then under the title of implementation, the first bullet point is formation of a bid entity. Underlined here, a dedicated staff member to focus on implementation of the Naples Design District Board, and community members are open to collaborating with the city to create this position. Bullet number 2, addition of more Naples Design District signage to guide visitors. Entrance markers from 41 and Goodlet, banners to increase in size, directories to be placed in high-trafficked areas. Another point, the Naples Design District Association will be working on a proposed signage plan over summer of 2022 to support uniformity and communication with visitors. Under a title, Pedestrian Experience, beyond improved landscaping, lighting, and parking. Number 1, installing more bike racks, trash receptacles, and benches, transforming the crosswalks and encourage drivers to drive safely. A pilot project could support a campaign of local artists to create a design for the crosswalks. Parking solutions could be a pilot project, reserve the avenues for 2-hour parking only, as a suggestion. Next title is engage the community. Support homegrown events. The pilot project could be Holiday Stroll is a very successful event and is looking to grow in the upcoming years. Support community efforts and partnerships. Activation would be the ACL/Row is a one-of-a-kind activated space that features the uniqueness of the Naples Design District's history and culture through fine art sculpture, indigenous plants, informational signage, and the nurturing of public and private partnerships, including Method and Concept, the City of Naples, the Naples Botanical Garden, to name a few. The ACL/Row invites locals and visitors alike to a small tropical oasis, highlighting aspects of what makes our district so unique. The ACL Row provides a historical context and contemporary identity for the district. Note, ACL stands for the Atlantic Coast Line. ROW stands for right of way. Lastly, under long-term goals, infrastructure. Number 1 is storm drainage improvement. Number 2, additional parking solutions. Moving on to art and entertainment, public art and a mural program incentives, and the design walk in favor of those. Lastly, the Naples Design District is fully invested in the future of our area and will use summer months to brainstorm some more innovative solutions for season 2022. Thank you for all of your time and consideration. Signed, Elizabeth Kurtz Isbell, President of the Naples Design District Association on the Naples Design District Board.
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I open up to just general comments or questions from the board about the plan, and then looking to have a motion if called for.
I just have a
Anything?
question, though.
Yes.
For Ms. Quimby about this letter. So how many businesses are, I'm so glad you united, that's awesome. How many businesses are a part of
Of the Naples Design District Association? I'm not sure. Last count I was aware of was about 40, but I would know, and that would be definitely a question for Ms. Kurtz.
and,
Excuse me, Mayor, Ms. Kurtz recently told me there were 60 dues-paying members.
That's great.
and then do we know how many businesses are in total within the district?
I do not have that information. And it's wide and varied because there's a mishmash of all kinds of businesses and services in the D downtown area.
But even though there's thank you. Even though there's a mishmash of services or businesses, it's open to everybody?
The Naples Design District Association is. There is a fee, there's a membership fee, and I believe that fee is $600 a year, or it was at my last payment of my dues. So, and it hasn't increased over the last few years. It's stayed pretty consistent. And that's mostly to help with marketing campaigns and things of the like, so.
And then are the neighborhood associations or the neighborhoods part of or can be a part of the Naples Design District Association?
If they so desire, yes. It's very welcoming. They invite anybody and everybody that has a stake in the community, such as a business owner or a property owner. It can even be developers. And so, but everybody's welcome to be involved.
Do you know if they've asked any of the neighborhoods or the residents to be a part of it?
That I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
And Madam Mayor, I have more information to add for you. On page 41 of the master plan, it does describe the businesses in the district. At the time the master plan was written, there was 97 total businesses, and it outlines the different types of businesses that are there. And I believe about 9 more businesses have come online since the time that this page was published. So just over 100.
Thank you.
What page was that?
Page 41.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Tyler, if you would. I'm sorry, couldn't get a... Yeah, so thank you for reading that. I just needed a clarification as we're absorbing some of this and considering the ask. On the implementation portion, the second bullet, I'm sorry, the first bullet, a formation of a bid entity. I'll let you collect your thoughts there.
Thank you.
So the implementation, formation of a bid entity, and you write, or Ms. Kurtz is writing, a dedicated staff member. On whose behalf? Who dedicated, could you explain what that means?
Good question. I would only be guessing if I was to make
Okay.
an assumption. But it looks to me like a dedicated staff member to help facilitate the formation of a bid entity.
A city staff member.
That's a good, no, then you could be right, I stand corrected. A dedicated staff member to focus on implementation of the Naples Design District Board and community members.
Just
I would
something
say
to,
dedicated
yeah,
member.
just something to,
Much in the same way that Bruce Barone is a dedicated member who
I see.
Represents the bid.
that clarifies it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I want to go back to the more global thing. I think this is the appropriate time for that. And Galena, I think maybe these may be addressed to you. So the first question I have is I'm looking through this, what I consider to be a very well thought out plan. And then I look at the comments that were in our agenda memo. There seems to be this tension between further development and wanting to keep things the way they are, concerning intensity and density. Can you address how, you've listened to a lot of people on this. What's your takeaway on how we do that, being sensitive to both of those issues?
Yes, we sense this tension from the beginning. Obviously, there is already a lot happening in the district. In the recent years, there was a lot of investment.
Oh, your microphone. There you go. Thank you.
There has been a lot of redevelopment and development in this district in the past probably decade, and a lot of projects are already coming in. You know, the Playhouse and projects which are underway in collaboration, obviously, with the city. And on the other hand, we heard from the community and the small businesses that they would like to keep the small businesses in place. Basically, they would like to stay in place and thrive in the area. However, growth is inevitable, whether it will be happening from our experience, you know, and looking at other places in the same similar situation. I mean, Naples as a city is a very desirable marketplace. It's everywhere in the media these days. It's almost #1 real estate market and all of that. So the pressures of development are coming, or they are here already. And these types of exercises which you had in the last year throughout our charrette and this process are to kind of put our hand on the pulse of the community and to come up with a more or less a tendency or a concept, a general direction of looking together. We cannot satisfy everybody's desires. Obviously, residents in the Naples Square, they have some agenda. Small businesses have another agenda. Developers coming in and looking at this place have different agenda. Leadership, I mean, it's all these different things. We as planners and your consultants, we were trying to kind of create a more or less general consensus without precluding things from happening naturally and happening from the private sector, to basically to incentivize a big picture and consensus, but also to give incentives to the private sector to do things. And we have discussed this before. I mean, Fifth Avenue South was a result of the DPZ Andres Duane's plan from many years ago, but it was the private sector which came in and did all the work. We hope, successfully. So it, in this case, is the same. So for us, it's just the way we wanted to, not to preclude things, to allow things, to actually help things to happen easier, but within the frame of the vision. We heard in all of your materials, from your charter, comp plan, from all these years, it's like we want to keep the scale. We don't want to go higher. You just took out your incentives for more than 3 stories, the bonuses. So the tendency is that you want to keep the small town feel, and you don't want super big scale development to come in. And this came from everywhere, this desire. So we think that with this master plan, we give exactly that, the kind of the vision to look forward without some dramatic gestures, but to basically help, the private sector and the public sector to look in the same direction of keeping some of the informality of the place. We don't want to create another more formal Main Street, which you already have with Fifth Avenue and 3rd Street. So it's a kind of more to keep the character of the design, the industrial character, the mix of uses, which is unusual to have in such close proximity. We believe that this gives you the blueprint.
So is it fair to say essentially that redevelopment is inevitable, and what this is doing is managing the redevelopment so that at the end of the day, it's going to be more what we want it to be than just on an ad hoc basis?
We definitely hope for it. We cannot, we are not guaranteeing anything. It depends so much on the economy, on the forces, the economic forces, obviously, on the ambition and the desire of property owners, first and foremost. There will be probably improvements, small improvements of existing businesses and existing properties. We hope that this happens. Obviously, there are buildings which are in good shape, and they will continue to operate as they are. New businesses are coming, very interesting businesses for that matter. These 9 or 10 new businesses which Anita mentioned, they are interesting businesses, from other places here around the country. They come to this place because of its character, maybe because of the smaller scale, smaller buildings as well. But also you can prepare for the future wave of development. And we know what this envelope is. You already have the downtown, regulatory framework, which says, okay, 3 stories, very strict envelope. We're not going to restrict it. We may look at some other relaxations, in terms of where you put the outdoor seating and all of that. But it's whatever they have by right to develop, they can develop. They can redevelop. Whether it will happen as new buildings or just renovation, it's up to the market.
Then also, the other tension I see here is between the notion of making this attractive to locals and city residents versus more of a, maybe regional is too big a word, but
visitors and tourists and all of that.
Extended.
Yes, yeah. Yeah, of course, this is, a good place, even if you create it only for the locals, a good place will attract people. I mean, we go around Europe and other places, we visit places where people live, and we just, oh, wow. It was not created for the tourists, obviously. And in this case, we know that, the desire was to create a third destination which will be more focused on the local because of the kind of businesses. It's not going to be, national chains or national, big restaurants or, kind of to keep the mix, which is very unique currently. Whether it will be kept for the future, again, all of these regulatory and implementation tools which you're looking at today will help either keep this a kind of unique and eclectic character or maybe move in different direction. It depends how you calibrate these tools. You have, with this plan, you have a toolbox, and basically you can pick and choose. And as we saw with the bid choices, whether it's a bid or which statute or what kind of tool you'll choose, you can actually direct and calibrate.
Okay. And then I just want to make a comment about the bid.
Yep.
One of the things we need to keep in mind is the bid, actually, the assessment is against the property owners as opposed to the businesses. And so while there can be a difference in perspective where Ms. Tyler was pointing out, do you own your business or your property? But I would say that's the exception rather than the rule. I think most of the business owners there are probably tenants. And so that's one of the things we need to be sensitive to is the assessment's going to be against, if there is a new bid, the assessment would be against the property owners, not, and then only indirectly perhaps to the tenants. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As you were speaking and as Galena was speaking, it reminded me, as I was on an event on Fifth Avenue a couple weeks ago, and standing on the second floor, kind of overlooking Fifth Avenue, and I was speaking to somebody who had come here in 1970. And he was talking and just looking down on Fifth Avenue and remarking at what it is compared to what it was as he knew it. And he was talking about rather shady stores that had, let's say, adult things, and the head-in parking that we're talking about, the gaps, he said it just, what is here today, he said is remarkable compared to what Fifth Avenue was in 1970, 1980. And that would not have occurred if it weren't for what we're doing here, what was done then. And that's why earlier I asked the question of, the overlay district, what really drove that? And what got it to the success of what we have as Fifth Avenue today? And then what will lead us to success in this new Naples Design District area? And we have to learn from the past to be able to replicate it into the future. albeit the Naples Design District is different than what Fifth Avenue is, and I think can accomplish even greater things. But we have this concept that DPZ has served up to us, and it's good, and it's solid, and it's a framework off of what we will build the rest of it. And that's where, as I've said a couple of times, Mr. Boudishwar has really taken a great step in coordinating this across departments, because that's what's going to get us there. And it's our job to now look at and take this concept and accept the concept, and then look to each of the departments to come out and work with us to build it from framework to actual. And that's not an easy task. It's not an easy task for us. It's going to be tough, and there's going to be those areas where there'll be some contention, as Councilor Perry pointed out, and we're going to have to manage through it to accomplish and replicate a success model that we have. And I look forward to doing it, and I look forward to each of the departments working, and I look forward to the public and engaging them to accomplish this goal, because it is a lofty goal, but boy, when we get there, it's going to be a fantastic goal for this city. So with that, I open up still any questions or a motion if people want to make it to accept the plan.
I'll move that we accept the report and ask staff to move forward with developing the implementation steps that we've discussed today.
Second. Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Chrisman and a second by Vice Chair Hutchinson. Open it up for dialogue. Yes. Councilman Blankenship.
Thank you. First of all, a question. I was trying to get your attention before the motion, but if I could still have a question.
Look that way. Sorry.
It's okay. I'd like to ask if we could have a workshop item after the break about George Washington Carver Apartments to understand that better. What's the financial authority that was set up, the lease terms, the management company, the contracts, all that, because it seems like a big element of this plan has to do with what we can do with that, which is right in the middle. And personally, I don't know enough, and how the CRA and the city can interact with that, what our rights or obligations are, just to understand that better, and we can start to think about how we could effectuate that part of the plan, specifically separate from some of the other things that have been mentioned. And in that line, a lot of changes were highlighted by Galena today to the plan, and when I see master plan, to me that connotes say, this is it, this is what we're going to do. But I think, to me, from hearing all the discussion, this is more like a vision plan. And I know it's just semantics, but to me, I'd like to call it a vision plan as opposed to a master plan, because we don't know until you guys get to go away and do all the hard work of thinking about how we might implement it, what the master plan is, that the actual steps, the timelines, the investments needed, and so forth. To me, that's what's in a master plan. But to me, this is a very good vision plan, and we certainly appreciate, I certainly appreciate all the work that you and the residents and the business owners and the CRAB members and the staff have put into it in developing a really good vision. So that's just, I don't know if anybody else feels the same way as me on how you react to this type of phrasing, but I would prefer to call it a vision plan.
Okay. All right. Mayor?
Well, that makes me feel better. I feel, because this is exciting, I want to support it, but there are certain things that we, as you stated, and I'll just mention a few other things, and that is, does this mean that we're giving permission to go looking into a bid before we receive any more information? And I look at certain things like the design walk, and it says designed to come to life with nighttime events and special lighting. Two things about that. We're creating this neighborhood in this commercial district that we want to create more residential in. And we already have issues with compatibility with Bayfront, and I just caution us that those things are moving forward, and that's why I would agree that if we could call it a vision plan till we could iron out some of these details. Because there are other things about this plan I have questions about. And like, we have 23 restaurants within how many acres?
208.
That's a lot of restaurants. If food trucks are in here and it's part of the master plan, you know, that's something I don't want to, I support what, and appreciate what Councilmember Blankenship has said, is not that I don't want to move forward, but I'm just worried that these are, accepting it as a master plan is a problem.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's some depth to this discussion, and I just wanted to maybe work it out. Words do make a difference. In fact, I believe that this board authorized funding and gave direction to a group to develop a master plan. Okay, so historically, when we look back on this process, people are going to wonder, where did that master plan go? So this is going to be for Ms. Stuprich, just first pass. If it's the will of this group, this board, to accept this, what we spent money on was a master plan, yet provide wording that maybe transitions and bridges the gap between master plan and vision plan, how would we get that done? Because we've spent money for one thing, we've referenced it, we've invited people to it, we've had it presented to the city in a certain fashion. So how do we bridge that, in your opinion?
Well, the idea of a vision plan, to me, when I was listening to the conversation, it sounded like rather than having this be called a master plan, it would be a vision plan. When Ms. Martin was doing her presentation, I wanted to interject that this is somewhat aspirational. This is where you want to go. This is a goal. But to get to actually implement it, that would have to be done through official action by City Council through either an ordinance, direction to staff, and if statute requires it, as in some of those special assessment areas, a resolution. So it is a guiding document. It's a plan. Does that help?
So, yeah, and I just wanted to pass at it, and I want to go to City Manager Boudouchoir. Do you have any ideas how we bridge this? Do we have to do it in this setting, or do we have time to carefully wordsmith the right part of a resolution, et cetera?
Two things. I completely understand the hesitation, and the words have meaning. Master planning, the concept of master planning in the context of local government, private sector, there's a common definition, and let me read the definition, because I think this will help to kind of put people at ease. And after I read the definition, I'll maybe offer a suggestion, which is within the final report, which will be in color, and fix some things that we found. Maybe there's an expansion in the preamble that describes what a master plan is. A master plan, and I'm gonna emphasize some words, is a dynamic, long-term planning document that provides a conceptual layout to guide future growth and development. So my experience over the years, I've written master plans, I've been involved in master plans, and the final product is always different. Because master plans in our world, our understanding is it's a guide, it's a vision, it's all of these things. But to change the definition or the title of the document to make it feel better, I think it will create more confusion than anything. But I think to put people's minds at ease, we can beef up the narrative to describe what a master plan is, and then to also acknowledge that there are multiple policy decisions that need to be made over a period of time to effectuate and put meat on the bones of this master plan, if that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Boudouchoir. Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
After hearing the comments by staff, I believe that it would probably be in our best interest, in the community's best interest, to move forward with this document as it's titled and termed and phrased and referenced in agendas and so many other materials, and then work out the details as our city manager has prescribed. So, thank you.
And thank you, because that's kind of the concept of what we were talking about, accepting this master plan in concept, and then as we go through the summer, the departments work out, and then we reconvene as we have our fall meeting, I believe September 6th or 8th, something like that. That would be more of a workshop. Let's start fleshing out some meat onto the bone, so, yeah. Did you have a comment?
Mr. Boudouchoir sort of took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say, as somebody who started my career as a planner and spent a lot of years doing a lot of plans, a master plan is very much of a broad conceptual document as it's understood in the field. And we did, as Mr. Hutchison said, contract to have a master plan prepared. And I don't think it hamstrings us in any way in terms of locking us into any decisions today on specific matters, to continue to call it what we've referred to it since the contract was first let. So I support continuing to use that term.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman.
Yeah.
So has this plan gone through, I know it went through our PAB, but I have not, I don't have minutes to refer what their comments were, and Public Art Committee, because obviously this is going to involve them, our Community Services Board, and our CRAB.
So the plan, when we set forth the schedule, when I came on with you, I followed your contract that you had approved to get the plan scheduled to be here for you today. And the contract required DPZ to present to the CRA Advisory Board, the Planning Advisory Board, and the CRA. So that's what the schedule has been through the review of this master plan and this document. And the comments of both the CRAB and the PAB and the CRA were all summarized. It's in your packet here, and provided to DPZ and our team to help review this document for you. But going forward, in any implementation portions of this plan now moving forward, you can direct us to take it to all committees for input for you.
Okay, so I have a motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Member Blankenship?
Sorry, I had a question before we vote. So Mr. Boudouchoir offered a suggestion to add that language at the front of the document. I don't know if we need some sort of consensus or the motion maker can add it, but to me that was a really helpful suggestion.
So let me restate the motion that we accept the 4110 master plan and the implementation steps that have been discussed here today, and including the addition of language in the introduction of the document that would describe the purpose and parameters of a master plan and its role and its purpose in setting forth a vision for the 4110 area.
Second remains.
Second. Okay.
And just a question on that. So does that mean that those who are anxiously waiting to get started to do this will start to create plans the developers based on this, and start moving forward before we have those details in place?
Madam Mayor, the developers that want to move forward would have to follow the regulations that you currently have in place, your zoning, your comprehensive plan. This would not be a regulating document, so they could not point to this and say, I can do that because, but they would have to follow the zoning that they have on their property.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes? Or-
Yeah, I'll vote yes.
Okay. Yes, Mr. Perry.
I wanted to offer a friendly amendment, since our plan is now, our plan is now officially titled the Naples Design District Master Plan, rather than the 4110 Master Plan.
Good catch, Mr.
Christmas.
Perry.
I didn't hear
Yes.
that. Okay.
Yeah. So I will amend my motion to drop the reference to 4110 and add Naples Design District. Thank you for that.
And the second remains.
Second remains. And the vote?
The vote is yes.
Okay.
Member Chrisman?
Yes.
Mayor Heitman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Hutchison?
Yes.
Member Perry?
Yes.
Member Petronoff?
Yes.
Chair McCabe?
Yes. So it passes unanimously. Excellent.
Mr. Chair?
And- Yes.
May I just interrupt a housekeeping question?
Okay.
We had planned for this meeting to maybe get done before lunch, so we wanted to ask you all, did you want us to order in lunch? Do you expect us to go later? Staff will also need to kind of juggle some schedules this afternoon as well.
Do you want to just muscle through? We definitely, we got a 1 o'clock, if not 1:30 probably, I'm thinking. 1:30. Keep going? Consensus, just keep going, no lunch? Okay, that's what we will do. Thank you. Okay, now we're on to item 7A. Ms. Jenkins?
Item 7A is an item to discuss with you the 10th Street North and Avenues Landscape Project. This project was taken back before the CRAB, and the CRAB did have some comments. The public had some comments. Originally, we were going to discuss an update with you at different points in the agenda, but we wanted to make sure that you had all the information, all the comments from the public in your consideration. So we added this supplement for you. So this morning, Jim Hodgkins will review for you that 10th Street and Avenues plan briefly, but really going through specifically the existing conditions of what is occurring out there, and then to go through the CRAB comments as well, and then we have public speakers. So today we will be letting this project for bid. It is scheduled to go out to bid the week of June 20th. The bid direction has been to split these projects into phases, so you could consider going to construction on the avenues and hold off on 10th until you have from us the implementation plan for the Naples Design District. So you could hold on 10th and go with the avenues. But we've asked for that specific information in the bid so you would have more information to make decisions going forward. So after today, this is going to come back to you again when we get the bid documents back. So you will understand what exactly is in that bid document, what the cost would be, and how that dovetails with the 10th Street improvements, and whether you would want us to work those in with some larger improvements in that plan. Okay. So with that, let me ask Jim to come up and briefly go through with you what the scope of this plan was and the follow-up from the CRAB meeting.
Okay. Yeah, and also I was driving around the one morning early, and I ran across Jim and had the conversation with him, saying that, you know, what our direction after the last CRA meeting was to take 10th Street and put that on as the priority of our kind of a proof of concept. And it was asking him what kind of implications that would have on what was already planned, if it would pull something out or if it would add, just to kind of see what would happen. So
yes,
I open it
good
up
morning.
to you.
I believe it's still morning.
Yep.
Jim Hodgson, the Parks and Parkways Superintendent. There's a lot of balls in the air now,
Yep.
I think, going on with this whole area. We started out with requests to try to do some infill improvements of what's out there now. We spoke at length about the difficulties of doing the infill with the materials that are out there now, plant materials. The irrigation situation that we have out there. So we agreed to come up with an overall plan for all of 10th and the avenues going to 5th Avenue North. So after we presented to you all at the first meeting, I know there were some questions of trying to dovetail stuff into the basin plan, the pedestrian plan, the lighting plan that was discussed as well. I did check in with the lighting plan. The change out of the lights doesn't involve the bases. It just involves the poles and the lights itself. So infrastructure-wise, we wouldn't be interfering with any of that as far as this plan is concerned. The other items after the CRAB meeting, there were questions that came up during that as well. It sounded like we had some pretty good support for the plan. There was concerns of some of the mature trees being removed, proposed to be removed. I explained some of the information with the difficulties of the root systems in their current locations. And then that would involve 2 mahoganies on 2nd Avenue North, and then the 9 Royal Palms on 5th Avenue North. In order to try to get plant material to survive, new plant materials to survive and replace, it would require extensive root extraction to get soil and new plants in place. 4th Avenue, with this proposal for the 3 mahoganies to come down that are under power lines, and that again is another root system within the plant space. It's very tiny compared to the root structure that's there now, and power lines is not favorable for those trees long-term either, because of the trimming that takes place on them. Kind of shifts all the weight to one side of the tree eventually during the trimming cycle. But they had asked if we could come up with a plan B possibly to just allow improvements for the 10th Street, or I shared with them possibly the avenues as well, and maybe preserving some of the mature trees that we were proposing to remove and replace. We looked into that a little bit, but again, like I said, the root structure that's there, it's very difficult to try to do improvements, especially irrigation improvements. Fortunately, we don't plan on having to do any mainline extraction or replacement, mostly zone line. So we don't have to get too deep, but we really don't know how deep we have to get to where these big root structures are in the planting beds that we propose to remove. There was a request for uplighting from one of the crowd members as well, and I checked in with Mr. Rivera on that. He said they don't really support uplighting. They don't really manage or maintain uplighting throughout the city because of the nature of the maintenance of it, and trying to get conduits and everything installed to manage that uplight. I think there's a few on 5th Avenue and some of the built-up planters and that sort of thing. Very controversial is the Royal Palms on 5th Avenue, and we had some pretty long discussions on those as well. And then I had the opportunity to meet with the city manager out there and Anita yesterday, and pretty much that's kind of the outline of what I have for you today.
Any questions? If not, then we have 2 public comments, 2 public speakers.
I do, but I'll wait. You said you met on the Palms on 5th Avenue North, and we just were given a petition. So what's the status? Did y'all make a decision on what to do?
Well, the public speaker will kind of talk about the petition, the one that generated.
We have not come to a conclusion. That's what we're going to discuss with you today.
Yeah, if I can jump in, I wanted to kind of see the area for myself and just kind of walk around and just take in the whole area. And I had a chance to do that yesterday with Jim and Anita, and also Chad Merritt. And first, just a general comment. This is really exciting. I mean, that area is just ripe for what you all are talking about. And I can't, to your point, I can't wait to see the final results. But in terms of the landscaping plan, the landscape design, again, it's, it can be changed. And as we learn things in the field and as we get input from the community, we can move, we can be flexible. So one of the things that we, talked about when we were on that avenue is the fact that it's hot. It's hot, there's not a lot of shade, and this presents an opportunity to address a number of different issues, this landscape design plan. So what I understood from staff is the growing space that the current palms are in, and most of those palms are pretty healthy. There's a couple that have some penciling at the top from nutrient issues, and there's other reasons why they look the way that they do. The arborists will give you the technical details. I can't. But my understanding is the design calls to remove and replace in kind. And I think that may be a missed opportunity to make some improvements, to add shade, to add more environmentally sustainable plants, and create not just a more aesthetically pleasing vista, but also address heat island issue, stormwater issues, environmental issues. There's all kinds of other benefits that can be achieved beyond the aesthetics that we tend to usually focus on. What that ultimately looks like, I don't know, but I know that we're definitely interested in seeing what options are available. Perhaps some of the roll palms stay. Perhaps the roll palms get relocated. I hate to lose healthy, mature trees. I hate to see saws take them down. So I think we have a couple of different angles to look at this. Again, this is design conceptual phase here, but it's something that we're probably going to need to make some determinations here soon. So if we can get some guidance in terms of how to approach this and what objectives you'd like to address. I gave you some examples, the heat, the shading, the environmental, and so on. We'll be happy to accept that and work with not only the team, but also the neighborhood, the folks that are in this area that are affected, to see if we can come up with a plan that everyone can rally around.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add to that,
Yes.
that we do have the opportunity as well to continue addressing the bid schedule that way as well. I mean, we have that opportunity because it has not gone out to bid.
Okay.
And, if we get a general consensus today on how to approach that bid, we can easily get that changed so we get the numbers that we're talking about.
Excellent. Okay. Mr. Chrisman?
Yeah, this conversation reminds me of one I was part of in 2018 when I was on the Crab, and Ms. Tyler was on the Crab with me, and she'll remember this too. And we were talking about the design of the 8th Street redevelopment and trees.
Yep.
And there were royal palms there, many of them, that were proposed for replacement with shade trees, olive, yeah, primarily. And it's always a controversial issue. Just a couple of thoughts to consider, and Mr. Budishwar touched on one idea, which is maybe not an all or nothing kind of a decision. And I think in the end, some of the royal palms on 8th Street were retained, and the shade trees interspersed with them, and maybe that could be something to look at on 5th Avenue North. The difficulty I think a lot of people have, and I'm sure the people who have signed this petition feel this way, is you're putting the shade issue aside, you're replacing a beautiful mature tree with something that will be a beautiful mature tree 20 years from now, 15 years from now. And so that's the conundrum. And so I just relate that story because we've been through it before, probably been through it before here in Naples in situations other than 8th Street. And it just, I think some kind of a compromise, selective kind of a plan might be the best thing to try to end up with, so that you keep some of the canopy that's there today, but create some new planting, some new trees that can be there for the longer-term future.
Okay, let's open it to public comments. I have a Tom Janik.
He's on his way.
He's on his way? Okay, then let's jump to Quenby Tyler. Okay.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today just to, as a concerned business owner. First of all, my name is Quenby Tyler, 985 Fifth Avenue North, and I'm here, first of all and foremost, as a business owner and a property owner in the district, particularly on Fifth Avenue North. But I'm also here to represent a number of businesses and property owners' interests on the Fifth Avenue North area. So it's with that in mind that I'm hoping that the chair would perhaps grant me a little bit more time than is customary for public comment.
Okay. How long do you think you're going to take?
Maybe about 8 minutes or so, 5 to 8 minutes, if I can speed up.
As crisply as possible.
Okay, very good. I have a tendency to talk fast, so I'm going to try and
And you're speaking for the
I am.
Okay.
So first of all, I handed out at the beginning, and it will also be available for public record. I'll leave a copy with the clerk. But in a very short span of time, I just did sort of a general consensus of the area that would be affected by the palm tree removal, particularly the royal palms on Fifth Avenue North. And without exception, everybody I spoke to thought it was just a boneheaded idea, for lack of a better term. They couldn't understand. Nobody goes on that street and doesn't go into a shop because it doesn't have enough shade. I don't hear any complaints about, oh, I wish this street was shadier, I'd shop here more. There's actually, that's one street in the design district where there is quite a bit of parking. So generally, cars are able to park pretty close to the business that they want to visit. So shade is not a big priority on that street, I wouldn't say, particularly when talking to others. And the other thing is, just for back history here, I served on CRAB for a little over 4 years and served for 2 years plus as a chair. And I recall with Mr. Chrisman, we spoke about trees, but and I remember the 8th Street project, and I was opposed to ripping out those trees at the time because one of the things that was so marvelous about those trees was their age. Their age was their beauty. That was what created that wonderful stature and that majesty that they have. When you look down a street and you have these very tall palm trees, it's a beautiful thing, and I actually think they did a disservice to that street by tearing them out. I still maintain that I wish they hadn't done that. But anyway, moving on, so backstory is over the 4 years that I was on CRAB, we spoke a lot about improving the landscaping area, landscaping in the district. Never once was on the lips or the minds of any of the CRAB members at any time. And I went to every single meeting. Actually, I went to, except for one, and even that I listened into. No one was talking about taking out mature trees, ever. It was only about doing some sort of short-term window dressing, some short-term improvements of the plant beds and fixing the irrigation. And it really amounted to just that. But at the time, it was given a budget of $250,000. And I remember that a chap from Community Services at Parks and Parksway, he said that that would be about what it might cost to achieve what we were trying to do. So fast forward to an area where they then implemented, you approved the $250,000, and then a contract was awarded to Grady Minor for design work. That also took quite a lot of time. And just bear in mind that the whole reason for us doing this short-term project was because we wanted it to be short-term. This is going on 3 years now, and we kept it small and achievable for that very reason. We wanted that purpose to be, let's just keep this area looking viable and prosperous because these beds are just in terrible mess. So, you fast forward to where we have the Grady Minor design plan that I was absolutely mortified when I saw it. My first time seeing it was after I had turned out on Crab, and I happened to catch it on TV. And I couldn't believe my ears when I heard all of these trees. We're talking about some 54 trees or plus, if you count the mahogany palms that, not mahogany, excuse me, Montgomery palms that are on 10th Street that I don't even think are in their legend as far as like, an item count. So, but anyway, let's just say 50 trees. That is just an ungodly amount of trees to be ripping out of our area. I would like to be able to, if I could at this time, if I could stand to that podium, because I do have some supporting photographs that I'd like to share with you.
So, David, do you have this?
David, it's, this is Anita. It would be the number 3 on the item. I think it says public comment title.
Thank you, David. Okay, so I was mortified when I heard the presentation that was made to you. These are some photographs that I shared with Anita of some of the trees that are being proposed to be taken out. And at the time of your presentation that I viewed on television, you weren't privy to these photographs. You weren't privy to what these trees really looked like. So you know, you can't be expected to know every tree and every circumstance. And you were told things about these trees and about the circumstances in the area that I don't think were fully vetted, and you certainly didn't get a rebuttal. There was no chance for anybody to give a differing opinion other than that of Grady Miners. So I just wanted to go down the line with some of these. This is a mahogany tree that's proposed to be taken out on 2nd Avenue. This is one of those wonderful shade-bearing trees. One of the arguments that they had in the design proposal was that these trees are interfering with power lines. Well, on this particular street, you can see very clearly there are no power lines on that street, and certainly none that are interfering with those particular trees. So here is a perfectly healthy, gorgeous, shady tree that now, what's happened when that tree gets to that age, you end up with a canopy and a foliage material that won't obscure your signage on your commercial buildings, because it's the foliage is extended beyond, and you're able to trim up on the tree, create that shade, but still be able to see the signage on those particular buildings. So with that, let's see here. So my problem with that, obviously, and if you look on that one, that's one of the ones where the curbs are fairly well intact on there too. There might be some cracking and whatnot on the curbs in some of these areas, but they're not a blight, and just, I would say, it would seem a lot less trouble just to go ahead and repair those curbs than to sacrifice a tree so you can keep a concrete curb intact. So you'll also see some vegetation underneath that. So, you know, obviously that one. This here is another example of the curbs that seem, you know, to be surviving fairly well. It's another one of the mahogany trees that's proposed to be taken out as well. So these trees are very healthy. The trunks are very straight. They don't seem to be stressed or in distress at all. Now this is moving on to slide number 3, which is actually on 4th Avenue. This is where you do come into contact with some of these power lines. And the city's done a great job, or whoever it is that trims these back has done a marvelous job of keeping them, you know, away from these power lines. But let's talk about these power lines. You're talking about maybe taking out all these wonderful mahogany trees. There's 3 on this street. If you take those out, before even figuring out if there's a feasibility study on undergrounding those utilities, a lot of what we're talking about here is infrastructure. So you could potentially be tearing out these trees and then putting in new ones. They're proposing Shady Lady Black Olives, putting in new ones that you would only have to be disturbing again in order to take care of this undergrounding or some of these stormwater improvements. So why even tackle that? Why even touch that right now? You should stay away from that. It doesn't make any sense to go into that just yet until we start dealing with what infrastructure we're planning on tackling here. So the other thing is, let's see here, the next slide also shows more of these mahogany trees that are on 4th Avenue North. Perfectly healthy. They're able to stay away from the power lines pretty well. So here is the bone of contention that is to do with the petition that I have. And I will say I haven't even reached out to the general public yet as far as the abomination of perhaps tearing these trees out. It's the middle of summer. A lot of people aren't even aware of this, but anybody I have made aware of it is just mortified at the idea of taking out these gorgeous, majestic palms. It is these exact trees. You'll see their trunks are very straight, they're nice and even, they're beautifully spaced, they're a wonderful, wonderful height that creates a beautiful colonnade as you look down Fifth Avenue. Why would we want to sacrifice these trees so that we can plant some flowers in the beds? I say, leave the bed bare, save the tree, if that's what we're really deciding about. You know, if it really comes down to, oh, we can't put plants in there because the roots are too, bulky, then we'd gladly do away with petunias in there or whatever you plan on planting there. So this is just, you can't do this. And that was the other point, too, that Mr. Chrisman made, a very good point, which is it's not even like they're replacing it with a tree that they deem is more suitable or better for that spot. They're actually just going to replace them with smaller versions. So are we going to come into contact with this same problem another, 15 years from now? These trees have a very long lifespan. They're well within their lifespan here. I've heard from 2 arborists and 3 landscape designers that all put them between 15 years old to 25 years old on that these particular ones. So they're not old, they're not about to keel over, and they're not a safety hazard to anybody. But for whatever reason, they ended up in this plan. The trees have weathered many storms. This is another view of these gorgeous trees. They're healthy, they're not blighted. I did like the idea of implementing uplighting in the district. If it is possible, I think that would be a wonderful ambiance to create along that street. So if there is a possibility of that, that would be fantastic. And here you see them at sunset. I chose this photo because you can see in the foreground here there's beds. There is plant material in those beds. Those beds have managed to survive in spite of drought, in spite of a lack of irrigation. So if you imagine putting some heads in there, because the main lines apparently are pretty good, so if you imagine just putting some functional heads in there instead of these drip lines, you could possibly be able to have the best of both worlds. You get to keep your palms and you get to keep your vegetation on here. One of the things that is draining the nutrients out of this soil are these jatropha plants, which in the plan, they do suggest taking those out. And I would say that's not a bad idea because they are very leggy. They don't add anything aesthetically pleasing to those beds, but you could also free up those nutrients for some other kind of planting. Maybe a less ambitious planting, like a ground cover of some kind, would be appropriate for that area. So that's what I'd have to say about that. So let me just make sure I've got all that. Better irrigation. So the thing is that I'm just wondering who benefits. It's a shame that I even have to be here to sort of fight for these trees, because it seems like it would be really, really obvious at the onset that that's not a good idea. But here I am, and I am representing, as I said, other members of the area I'm talking about, business owners and property owners that universally disapprove of this idea. Another good point about why what are we doing this for, and who's really trying to do this? Are we really talking about going against the will of the general public, going against the stakeholders in the area, just so that we can conform to one person's idea of what the design should be? And that one person would be that design architect who works for Grady Minor. You're talking about one person with one set of ideas for this district. It should be way more encompassing. It should be way more involved if you're going to talk about tearing out trees, because we don't want to end up with another version of the Gulf Shore Boulevard debacle with the banyan trees. When everybody was out of town, they come back and all these trees are ripped out. You want to try to avoid that, I would think.
All right. Great. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I just have one other, if I may, just 1 second, because this is the most important, crucial part of it all. It's in our comprehensive plan. Under the vision work plan, the critical element goal number 2 is make Naples the green jewel of Southwest Florida. And then under Parks and Recreation, under goals, objectives, and policies, number 5, it says, annually implement strategies and practice to maintain the city's designation of Tree City, USA. I say this is a really fine way to show how much we love our trees by just ripping out perfectly healthy signature trees. And I would just ask you not to do this. I think it would be going against the vision and the intent of all those that have been involved in putting their input for the vision for the city. So thank you for the extra time and indulging me.
Thank you. And We had another public speech from Mr. Tom Janik. Yeah.
I guess it's afternoon. Good afternoon, Tom Janik. I'm from Pristine Fine Dry Cleaners. I noticed some names and some faces. Just to, not to add a lot to Quimby's, she asked me to come and I obliged. About 15 years ago, I founded one of the first and now strongest sustainable city, not a foundation, but really organizations in the nation. And, one of the first tenets about sustainability is obviously don't take away that which is doing well on its own. And trees is certainly something. And this is an old northeast town. And they had a shade tree commission for all of this kind of stuff. So we're a little bit different. And, in the magnitude of what you're before you, this seems like a trivial one. And so I don't want to take away from the job that you guys are doing. But, I've been on the street going on 12 years now. I was there when they were smaller, and now we've gotten to the point where they're manageable and pretty, and now we're talking about getting rid of them again. And like Quimby said, this is, to go back to where we were, to just plant the same thing. These jojoba trees and the bushes at the bottom, they're not made to live past 15 years. I mean, they've had scale since I've been there. There's nothing you can do to repair them, but obviously there's other, plants that could be planted, make it just as attractive. I understand root balls. I understand as they get bigger, pretty much crowds out the ability to do anything else. But in this instance, I think that there's some creativity here in the city that could probably come up with some other ideas. So that's about it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Yep. And open it up to members of the board. Yes, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I think that Ms. Tyler started off with, it was just presented to us as 10th and how we could improve 10th. And although I appreciate doing the side streets, when it came to us, I was kind of overwhelmed and by the intensity, especially with going through the design district now, it's master plan, and their lighting suggestions and landscaping suggestions, and what concerns me is this happened on Fifth Avenue. We started planting, and then we didn't have enough electricity, so then we had to replant, and I just, from a plan point of view, I don't think we're really looking at the grander picture. And I really don't know, exactly the detail of what trees were going out. I know there were specifics, but are all the palm trees on 41 going to be pulled out, or just Fifth? Because I agree with everything that has been said, that if we can change the bedding and accommodate it and the irrigation, but
There's not every single one of them. Mostly it's in the smaller plant beds there's a few on 4th Avenue North that there's multiple, like 2 or 3, combined at the end. Those are not proposed to come out. It's really the 9 on 5th Avenue, to try to create shade again. This was kind of the direction we were getting early on, trying to create shade within the whole 10th and Avenue district area. I have pictures here if you want to see the root systems, but I don't know if you've seen enough of the trees, but I do have some close-up pictures of the root systems that are.
have they ever been root pruned?
There was root barrier installed back when they were planted. You can actually see remnants of it in some of the photos, the close-ups. It's kind of the old type bio barrier that they would use, and it's really kind of a mesh material. There's better materials now, today, that prevent, kind of the structure stuff that's happening out there now in just some of the locations. But I think we got a document that we can start with, and I think, since we've all had a chance to talk about it, I mean, we've been through COVID with this whole thing, we've been through another interim manager in the CRA. It's been a difficult transition through to try to get a plan together. And like I said, I haven't even been able to get it out to bid yet.
So that's what I was going to recommend, that especially with Mr. Boudouchoir, his opening statements, that maybe this go back to our staff and try and address that 10th through our staff point of view, and then look at the whole plan and actually what we can use that plan
And I
to
know
incorporate.
we have other aspects of that corridor now that is being looked at and trying to implement quickly, especially with drainage and stuff. I think we should probably all get together and try to figure that out.
Yes, Mr. Boudouchoir.
Just a couple of comments. We've been doing this sort of stuff our entire career, and I've been involved 30 years dealing with parks and trails and pathways, and I mean, I've planted tens of thousands of trees. So the idea of removing mature trees hurts. But I need to say a couple of things, so we're all kind of grounded in this process that I do believe we need to go through and kind of re-engage with the community and make sure we have a product, an ultimate product that we can all rally around. I think it's achievable, but I want to say this. You can't have absolutism, is that a word? You can't be absolute about, we should never remove a tree, because we make mistakes. We put the wrong tree in the wrong location. We do that all the time. And there's a very different situation going on with shade trees and with palm trees and their root systems. Mahoganies are beautiful trees, but they are problematic. And they're all living things. I mean, they do need to be removed at some point in time. We're looking at an environment that is a fixed moment in time. These trees are not going to stay the same. The root balls get bigger, they get longer, the roots grow. Mahogany roots, they stay near the surface. They're very aggressive. They will crack concrete, they will raise asphalt as they continue to grow. You may not see cracks today, but that doesn't mean the cracks won't be there tomorrow. I'm not advocating for removing, but I just want to make sure that we're grounded in the reality that the situation is going to keep changing. The question that we all have is, do we have a moment in time to maybe fix some mistakes that were made years ago that put the wrong tree in the wrong place? And then enhance around the trees that do exist and should be preserved. I am of the philosophy that we should always start with trying to preserve. We should start with that and try to design, especially around rural palms. I mean, they're majestic, they're iconic. They create beautiful vistas. But you can underplant, you can do other things. Using mulch, I saw a note someplace about using plastic mulch. You don't want to use plastic mulch. It's horrible. Ground covers, that's a different story. But I mean, you really should try to stay away from using mulch altogether. Yeah. But ground covers, low ground cover adds a nice underplanting. It'll keep that area more moist. There's all kinds of ideas, and everybody has ideas. I guess what I'm trying to say is, we need to be realistic and understand that we're going to have to give and take, but I think we can do that and come out with a product that is better, from the community's perspective than what we have today.
Okay, are you suggesting or recommending that we take a step back and not move forward with approving this?
I would say not for the entire plan. I think in terms of the part of the plan that involves removal of trees, let's take a look at that. Are there trees slated for removal, whether they're shade trees or palm trees? Let's pause and take a look to see if we can do something different than the removal. Everything else, the infrastructure, the irrigation, I know some of that is interrelated to trees being removed, so we'll have to segment that as well. But I would say parallel paths, so we can keep moving.
Yeah.
From your perspective, because when I was out there with you and looking at that irrigation line, and that was a palm that we were looking at.
Yes.
as you said, the rats like to get into it because it's a source of water, it's just a plastic. Can you move forward with a ground cover strategy at this point and irrigation line replacement without going after the tall trees?
We'd have to discover where our tie-in point is for the irrigation lines currently.
Okay.
A lot of them are intertwined in the roots already.
Yep.
There's a lot of times our guys have to actually pickaxe a lot of areas when they have a break or they have a leak of some sort.
Yep.
But it's all in discovery to really answer that question.
Okay.
You have to do, it would really be island by island. It wouldn't be like a broad scope of the whole avenue.
Is that something that your group, because
That's something that our group would do.
Okay.
We have we have irrigation techs
Okay.
that manage that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause-
that's something that we could discover in our staff, yeah.
Because when I was out there and having the conversation with you, and it was pointed out at a crab meeting as well, that landscape section of 10th Street south of Central
Yeah.
is what your group did.
We did.
And it is excellent.
Yeah.
And
And
it is
it's-
something, if we could replicate that moving north, and
That's really where all this started. I think
Okay.
that was the vision of the crab board that was mentioned earlier, was to
Yep.
try to see if we could add plantings into what's existing there now, improve the beds. At that time, there was undergrounding work that was going on.
Okay.
The parking bays, I don't know if you recall.
Yep.
People working in the parking bays, they were tearing out a lot of our stuff that was going in there as well, into the plant beds. They were into the plant beds, and so it wasn't feasible at that time. And then there was talk about changing to an all-avenue improvement. There was bike racks that were installed, and some pavement treatments and stuff that changed. So,
Yeah.
you know, I think we could go back and look and see. I couldn't promise anything for this year. We pretty much are scheduled out with our planned projects. We have a lot of planting going on in Gulf Shore Boulevard.
Okay.
And then different areas throughout the city, but, you know, it's something we can still look at.
Okay, yeah, because in our conversation, it was, why not give it to you to do north of Central on 10th, because you did such a good job south of Central.
I
But you
caution
said-
that
Yeah,
because
but you said that this is a
it's
resource
a large
issue.
scope project
Yes.
for our staff,
Yep.
and our staff really,
Yep.
their first duties are to take care of the parks every day.
Right.
And then we do some landscape improvements.
Yep.
Projects.
And that was your response, is like, this is, we don't have the Army to tackle this task.
Correct.
And it would take that's why we needed to go outside. But if we scale it back, it could be something that you could take a look at.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes.
I open it up to other questions from the board. Yeah, Mr. Perry, then Mr. Chrisman.
Well, thank you. One thing that Ms. Tyler mentioned, that I think this is the first time I've heard it, there's a feasibility study on undergrounding the power lines there. Who's
Yeah, that-
spearheading that?
That was one thing that we did ask at an earlier CRA meeting, was to have someone reach out to FP&L to understand if they were or even had it on their radar screen to underground this. Has we got an answer on that?
So I have been playing phone tag with FP&L, and we had a discussion about that yesterday. What I have discovered is that you have a lot of different departments working with FP&L for different reasons.
Yeah.
And we want to take this same approach of let's bring the people that have been working with FP&L to the CRA team to understand citywide what we're doing with FP&L. There's a lot of old FP&L phone poles still out there that are derelict that we need to remove, in addition to where's that feeder line versus what ones can be underground. So that is on our radar. We have been working through that, and we're going to kind of bring the team together to flush that out a little bit more for you.
Okay, so we don't have an answer as of this.
There's no feasibility study that I'm aware of right now for this area.
Okay.
I'll jump in, just to follow up on one thing. We're going to try to inventory how many abandoned poles there are in this city, and try to make a coordinated effort with FP&L to get them removed. Make sure that there's nothing live on these poles. I was kind of surprised that we had these abandoned poles existing. So we'll work with streets and stormwater. We'll try to identify all the issues, and we'll go and make one big ask, to use Mr. Hutchinson's term, with FP&L. But don't hold your breath.
No, I know.
With FP&L to come and pay for undergrounding of hardened lines that already exist. These transmission lines that are in that location that have concrete poles, do not hold your breath that they're going to come and pay for those to be undergrounded. That's something that we would have to take on if that's something that we think is a good thing to do.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah. And as Mr. Budishwar just said, I mean, we're down in the south part of town. We're trying to work with FPL on, even if we pay for it, whether we can get it done. Particularly since they just went through and hardened all those lines.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're not going to do it unless they're basically fully compensated for the whole thing. And it's a very expensive proposition. And if we're talking about doing it, the reason I'm asking who's spearheading it, because somebody is, chances are about 999 out of 1,000 that someone other than FPL is going to have to pay for it.
Yeah.
And if that somebody else is the CRA, if it's the business owners, it's the city, it's whomever, I think that's a critical part of if there is such a thing as a feasibility study. And I think maybe the 40,000-foot survey is probably the starting place, but I agree with Mr. Budishwar. I wouldn't, you'd be holding your breath for a long time before those transmission lines get taken down.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Chrisman?
Yes, and I would agree with what was just said about FPL, and I think that was the tone of the conversation we had last time, really, which was we're not going to delay by a lengthy time trying to move ahead on some of these projects, waiting to get an answer from them, because it's not likely. My question is, what is, the agenda memo talks about $225,000 to pay for this project in its entirety, as contemplated, notwithstanding the conversation today. Where is that money budgeted?
It's currently in your CRA budget.
So going back several years, it's been carried forward several years? Because when I looked at the CRA budget material for this meeting, I didn't see it, but maybe I'm not looking in the right place.
It was anticipated that the project would be complete this summer, going out to bid. So when this draft CIP was prepared, that was still our thought process, is that this project was scheduled to be constructed during the rainy season. So that is something, as we talk about the CIP with you today, that if you want this project to carry forward, we would want to carry that forward. This is one of the implementing the neighborhood plans line items.
Yep.
Oh, it's under the neighborhood plan funding?
Correct.
That's it? Okay. Just wanted to understand that. And then finally, I just say that I think the approach of separating out the tree replacement idea to have further study from the rest of the project makes sense, but I just want to raise the question and make sure that the rest of the project is something that not only this board is comfortable with, but is something that the community is comfortable with, and that it's consistent with the master plan that we've just accepted. And I'm not sure of the answer to that, so I'm just raising that question as to whether we would have synergy on all those issues.
I have spoken with the design firm at Anita's discretion, and she said that I spoke, is it Javier?
Javier.
I'm sorry, Javier, thank you. He's here. We spoke briefly about the project. That we sent him the information that we have, our plant palette, the trees and so forth, and I won't speak for him if he'd like to speak for himself, but he concurred that we were using trying to use native plants where we could and so forth, so.
And I guess a question that I'd have for Ms. Tyler, if I could, is assuming that any decisions on replacing trees is deferred, at least for now, how do you feel and how do you feel the business community feels about the moving ahead with the plan absent that?
Thanks for asking, because that was a point I did want to make at the end of comments was, as for the business community at large and also the Naples Design District, we've always been in favor of just doing the sort of low-hanging fruit aspect, which was the plantings. So I think a favorable compromise would be to just carve out the large tree component from this, because I'm certainly not interested in slamming on the brakes on this. It's been long overdue, and I think it's good to press forward with making these improvements wherever possible. But just if we can carve out that large tree aspect, I think that would satisfy a lot of people, and it would kind of just save a whole lot of heartache.
Thank you.
To that point?
Yep.
So to that point, how have we communicated, to staff, that this project was moving forward so that we don't have that Gulf Shore Boulevard situation?
Yeah, the commitment that we had was that we were going to come up with a design plan and then present it to the board and the CRAB board and get direction on how you'd like to move forward.
Well, I mean, to the business owners or the property owners, because if a property owner is in New York and all of a sudden the trees are removed and their tenants go, what's going on? Just so that we don't have the repercussions of.
I think that was still in the planning process. Like I said, there's a lot of transition that took place in between when we got started with this plan. And we're working with Anita now and the city manager here now. I think that's probably the direction we want to go in and make it quick once we kind of dovetail all this stuff together. I don't know how we go about that. I mean, there's a lot of people to reach out to. I'm not sure how we do that, but.
That's pretty easy. I'm sure she has all the businesses that are there.
Yes.
And then, can you just tell me about the reclaim water? I thought
Yes.
that this area, 10th is definitely on
10th
reclaim.
Street is on reclaim, but the avenues are not currently. But our plan is to make sure they are.
Great.
Okay, Mr. Blankenship? Nope.
Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to remember when this all started. I thought it was in response to the business owner's request for some quick fixes
Yes.
to the landscaping and irrigation. And then it seems like we maybe had some scope creep.
Yep.
As it's kind of grown. I thought, well, while we're doing this, why don't we do this and this and this? And, probably all good ideas, but in light of the new master plan and that staff's going to work on the implementation plan for what we do with 10th Street and the area, it just seems to me like it's a good time to take a step back. Let's still do the quick temporary fixes that make things look better, but come up with a longer term plan and don't do anything with the trees yet. But the lower level plantings and landscaping and irrigation fixes that you could do, that seems to make sense while we come up with a better long-term approach.
It seems like we're getting a consensus, and maybe I'll just go ahead and push for the consensus that we put a brakes on the tree aspect of it, and we look at the ground covers, but also into the irrigation, because as Councilman Blankenship said, the pictures that started this off, and this started off when we first got in, which is 2020, the pictures showed the blank, basically barren, but you'd see the little brown plastic line sitting there because everything died because the lines weren't bringing water anymore. The idea was to fix that. So let's say that we have a consensus that we direct you to look at the ground covering and replacement or fixing of the water lines so that we don't just plant and they die again.
Yes.
Would that be a consensus that you would agree with? Yes?
Yes, I would say, though, just giving it back and
Yeah.
letting them do a look at it, because I hear no mulch, and if you look at the pictures that are in here, if we're going to go through with our policy of using mulch, it's just going to wash away
Just
into our
washes
storm
away.
drains.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit more detail that I would feel more comfortable having our.
Some more
new
ground
city-
cover directional than mulch, because
Yeah.
I would agree, mulch is.
I think we hear what you're saying. You know,
Okay.
we don't want to, at this point, we need to pause on the removal of anything vertical that's been there for a while. And let us look at, how we can move forward the low-hanging fruit aspects of this project. You know, there may be some obstacles, but let us put our heads together to see what we can do.
Okay.
I think at the
Just
very
make
least
sure
we-
everyone agrees. Agree? Agree?
Yes, with just the clarification on, you're undoubtedly going to run into irrigation issues that you're trying to fix, where you are going to have to chop through roots and a tree is going to die.
Yeah.
That will not be our intent.
But it wouldn't, but, it may happen.
It risks
It
it.
sounds like it's going to be entwined in there, and in some cases, it's going to be problematic to save a tree and fix the irrigation. So I guess I'd like to understand, or maybe the staff needs to come up with a plan for when you run into those situations, which you're probably going to do. What will we be doing, and what will we be replaced?
Yeah, and that's what I was alluding to. We're going to run into some problems because part of the irrigation fix was dealing with some of these trees that have it intertwined. But we can abandon sections of old irrigation. It's finding where they're tied in.
And there may actually be some areas we don't even get
Touch.
involved with
Yep.
right now. So I think our team can easily discover where we can get through, get some new irrigation installed, go with the plant palette that's kind of been given to us and approved, and make those improvements there along that way.
Well, one area that I am a little bit concerned about is on the area on the 900 block of Fifth Avenue North. Is part of the, I guess, attractiveness of it is the creation of a colonnade, and that means palms are there and there isn't intermittent trees.
Right.
It's, so we need to think about, how do we maintain that, if that's what we want, if we want to maintain that majestic look, or if we want to go native. But I don't think you can, I think that it's not the best solution to mix the two.
I see what you're saying. Trying not to mix in other plant, tree heights along with the,
To
the
obscure
larger
the
oil palms. in there.
business sign.
Yeah, because there is some linear attractiveness, of having those. And it sounds like the business community and the residences don't want to lose that.
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Perry, you're good as well? All right. I think you've got it. I think good direction on this.
Yes.
And pause on the trees, proceed on the lower.
Yep.
Great. Thank you, and I have
Yes.
all the confidence in the world in your group. Okay?
We'll figure it out.
All right.
I promise you that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that concludes 7A. We move on to 8A. Oh.
Done.
And we need a 5-minute break, is what I'm told. So we will break before we go to the next one and be back at 4:45 promptly. Thank you. We are back in session, and we are on item number 8A.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this item is a review of your draft capital improvement program for the CRA, and we have prepared a brief slide presentation for you for discussion purposes. And this is where we would really like to hear your guidance on priorities for the CIP as we move these things around. We've heard some direction today, so we want to make sure we capture that in this draft CIP as we bring it back to you for the final for budget. So, Mr. Young is going to go through the CIP for us today.
Thank you. Mr. Young?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Gary Young, Finance Director. First, I have to give credit to Anita. She prepared this. I'm going to fill in the blanks a little bit. I didn't know I'd be presenting today, so there are some things I've added since I discovered that. And then we'll kind of go from there. Hopefully, it's valuable information for you as you go through it. Quite simply, this is just standard language letting you know why we're here. Same thing as CIP. It sets the 5-year agenda for items over $10,000 for infrastructure repairs within the CIP. And based on your recommendations today, then we would carry that forward into the budget development. This is what I would see as redundant, but it's a community redevelopment plan, letting you know how it was established, the broad vision and redevelopment goals, and the tax increment revenue, and exactly what that's to be used for. CRA improvements must fund projects within the adopted CRA. I'll add the same caveat I add there. It can fund them.
Yes.
Council has the ability to use general fund or general fund tax dollars for any purpose they so desire. But so I think it's an important nuance to know as you go into this.
Yep. And I want to jump in because I look at that as a very important nuance. As we're looking at the priorities of the CRA, they are quite expansive, meaning we not only have redevelopment in the area, but we also have a affordable housing component. And up to this point, the affordable housing component has not required funding, but now we're looking at and putting funding in there. So we need to make sure that we're looking at, with a very keen eye, the expenses of the CRA to make sure that it is really a CRA expense, and then moving many of the things that might have been over to a general so that we have enough money from the CRA to do true CRA functions. So.
Yeah, and I'll add to that one other. Once the CRA has paid for it, doesn't mean they should be paying for it in perpetuity.
Yes.
Sometimes there's maintenance costs that go along with it that you say, if I'm absorbing it and I took on the asset as a governmental unit, I shouldn't maybe no longer be paying for that. We should try to keep that within the budget of governmental to make the CRA go as far as you can. So I don't disagree with that. I actually like that.
Okay.
Not that my opinion matters. First, let me start with this, though. This is the first slide, and this is the estimated projections. And I'm sure none of you read it yet this morning, but maybe you did. The packet went out, and we're going to start talking about maximum millage on the 15th, but the early returns are in, and the CRA revenue went up 19.59%. So what that translates to at the same millage rate is an additional $192,472 from the city. And assuming the county maintains its same millage rate, their contribution would increase by $596,578. So based on this slide and what you had in this presentation, it would go up an additional $789,050 by virtue of the preliminary numbers and the taxable value. So I wanted to point that out because you will have received that either or read it by in the next day or so. Okay.
Thank you.
So that's a good thing, and it just bodes well for the projects that you have going forward. Now let me start with, because I do have intimate knowledge about how the budget was developed, and the budget tried to take the priorities that existed, excuse me, both before the transition to new chairman, also took into consideration the emphasis now on affordable housing, and said, okay, we still have a few projects out there. Let's at least make sure we keep them in the queue until we make a decision on what's going to happen. So when we talk about First Avenue, I'm going to give you a little more history there, but why it was also left in there. But the bottom line is what's proposed before you is the housing, depending on how you do it, I'm going to flip back between the two screens. Let's start with the garage, because garage is a big monster.
Yep.
And I know the slides say one thing, and we're going to go through those in a minute, but this is the screen that we need to do the work on. And the reason I say that is if you look at the loan proceeds, we show $9 million right now as loan proceeds, but we've increased the cost of the parking garage to $13 million. Now, I did that 3 different ways. One is I started which was the least probably effective one. I could figure out where they got the number from. It looks like somewhere in 2019 there was this $10 million number. It was $1 million for design, $9 million for construction. Yep. If I index that forward and assume that came from an architect, you're looking at $11.8 million, just under $12 million. Okay. If I look at what we paid in the last parking garage we built, and I index that from 2008 all the way to present, you're looking at around $38,888 per space. Then there's a website that I found that back in 2020, it was in Southwest Florida, and they predicted at that point that the cost of doing a parking garage for a traditional parking garage was $31,500 to $42,000. So if I index the bottom number and index the top, I come to $35,500 to $47,000. If I took the median, I'm at $41,000. So 41,000 times 360 spaces is 14.4. If you use my median of 38.8, you're at 14. So we figure we know we have $1 million in design, yep, 200,000 in project oversight. To think it wouldn't be 12.8 or whatever to get to the 13, that was the basis upon which we said, and because you're borrowing, if it comes down to 12, great, you just borrow 8 under that scenario. Yep. So that was the reason it's included in there at that level, but those are the 3, and they were all within spitting distance of each other, for lack of a better expression, yep, and that's the reason I went with 13 million.
Was that construction cost only, or did that include land?
No, by virtue it was a construction cost only. To construct is what it's the way that it was depicted. So, and again, because it felt consistent with what I was, the calculations I had, that was the reason that I felt comfortable with those 3 diverging things, yep, going to pretty close to the same place. So, but anyway, so that's where the $9 million comes in. If it turns out that you don't need the $9 million, obviously you would only issue debt for what you need. The next part of that is the affordable housing, and so. The question is if there's a project in front of you, you know exactly what you're dedicating it to. If this turns out to be a bigger number and we have to go out for financing of something like that, but this was his way to say what could we put in there right now, and then figure out what initiatives we can get started, and then also to create a situation where in the 5-year period you had a dedicated stream that at least you were going to try to do some more things with it. So this was just a pick. Here's what fits. And here's how much prospectively. There's no project behind it. It was just, let's make sure there's an allocation for you to move up and down when we had this meeting. Okay. The 4110 master plan, that was what was originally there in the out year. It still hadn't been approved. There was still, what's it going to be? Didn't matter. We just carried that in and said that's what we want to do. So I'll touch on the other 2 real quickly as we then go through the slides, but and you'll see, especially the other 2, but the First Avenue North, I want to give a little more history on that. If you recall my handout when I did CIP, I gave you the original 1-cent sales tax, yep, and the new 1-cent sales tax. And if you recall, it was $4 million that was earmarked in the 1-cent sales tax for First Avenue South. And then it was changed so that would be dedicated, and I want to say it correctly, please forgive me. Yeah, it was $300,000 for design in 19, 2.7 and $2 million respectively in each of the. So it was a total of $5 million dedicated to First Avenue South, which would have made it a governmental expenditure in the first place. So it was always. I know there was a discussion where did it come from. It goes all the way back to 2018, and the 1 cent and 19 was the first time it was adopted as that was the plan. Well, then that got changed, and it was earmarked for phase 1 outfall or phase 1 and 2 outfall, and then it was shifted. It was like, okay, we're going to use it, do some out of the CRA and some out of the governmental and so on and so forth. We didn't fund it anywhere else in the governmental. We just left it in here so we could have an idea as to whether, okay, does it end up as part of a plan of the 4110? And if it is, then you have to bring in the stormwater, as I spoke earlier, the water as it spoke, and then also say, okay, how much is it really the governmental aspect, and is there any portion the CRA should fund? So please don't think that's a hill that we care about dying on. It's a matter of leaving it in the queue because it has a direct correlation to 4110 and deserves to be vetted. Okay. And so the last one is the garage, and I'll get to that slide in just a second. I know I've kind of not showed you the pictures as we go, but the bottom line is this is the parking garage. That's what the 13 million is, what I depicted for you. The housing study was done. We dedicated the resources in there by year without any idea of exactly what you would want to do with it. But it's specifically that we knew we had a placeholder for you and we're ready to start tackling it once that was known. The design district, as we indicated, that was the 1.5. And then, excuse me. Yeah, First Avenue South, I already depicted all of that, and so that's in play. Now, the 400,000 for design, I will say this because I don't want this opportunity to be lost. What we did talk about as a group, though, is if First Avenue South is going to be done, and the infrastructure underneath it is what is a prevailing thing, then let's take advantage of economies of scale like we did with Central Avenue and 8th Avenue, or, you know what I mean, or 8th Street, and do those things at the same time. So if Bob's going to initiate, regardless of what fund's paying for it, if Bob's going to initiate design tomorrow to do the infrastructure, water lines, et cetera, then Andy needs to initiate immediately to do the streets if that's the desire that they're going to go down that road. So, so I just wanted to make sure that we talk about that, because what we don't want to do, you want to capitalize on the fact that Bob has a replacement cost to put the road back the way it was and not have it where you have to tear it back up once he's done with it. So that's just my opinion. Okay. So then this is the final item that's on your capital, and this is the repair to the planter boxes at the garage. And this goes back to the same thing we talk about. It's fine that it's a CRA expense. It does serve the economic development in the neighborhood, but this is another one of those that you say to yourself, well, CRA is going to go away eventually. Where's it going to go? And it lands in the governmental as it is, so you need to be considering those things. If your desire is to have more projects that you complete and not paying ongoing maintenance costs that have already been turned over to the city, then you need to consider that as well. Not saying it's not a viable option and protects the building. I'm only saying that it's within your purview to control whether you pay it out of there or you decide as a council later to pay it out of the general proceeds. And the other places you maintain facilities out of. Is that a fair statement? Yeah. So with that, I hope I've summarized it effectively, but again, all of those items and every one of them on this screen leaves it up for whatever this body wants and how you want it to go forward.
Okay. Open it up to conversations or thoughts. Mr. Perry.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Young, just a couple of questions. One, if we ultimately, on the approved CIP budget, allocate funds for affordable housing, since we presently don't know for sure what we're going to do on that, is that the sort of thing that we can encumber that even if we don't spend it and then take it into the next fiscal year if necessary?
You can, but you have a limited window. They have to be dedicated to projects or it has to be refunded. And so if you start this year out with this as your matrix and you have no projects come the time we're ready to go out for debt issuance on the garage, then don't issue as much debt, because you can just turn around and that balance next year can be reinstated for you, but you can't just encumber it and say it's obligated to a project of which we know not what it is, if that makes sense. So it's a nuance, but you can get through that by doing the right things and dedicating what you need to where you need to it when the projects are ready to go. And I hate the expression, but I'm going to use it. You need to think of the CRA as shovel ready or getting close to it. Because if you obligate it and it's really not obligated, then you can get yourself in a sticky wicket.
Okay. I'm going to comment on what Mr. Young just commented on the garage. I agree that maintenance on the garage shouldn't be a CRA issue. It's generally for the benefit of although it is for the benefit of Fifth Avenue, which is within the CRA district. But it seems like we're just going to have ongoing maintenance on that, and that seems like a load on the CRA where we have a lot of big projects that that we're going to be thinking about and probably going ahead with. And this is a relatively small amount from the city budget perspective, but it's not a small amount from the CRA perspective. And Mr. Young is grimacing, so I'll let him.
Me too.
Go ahead. I mean, what I would say is I was telling you legally where that it is the appropriate way to do it. I would also argue that if you turn around and take everything out of First Avenue and you are doing a streetscape project, I wouldn't take everything out of there. So if you look at it for what is legal and what is financially possible, I remind you that we're going to have a maximum millage discussion, right? And so when you talk about a governmental, it's not some other pot that's just being funded whimsically. Every dollar you take for those type of projects then takes away from those other things. And so, but it's important for you to know that legally, I'm giving you a difference between what is legal and then also what I would recommend financially. So you can take on a project and you can absorb those, just doing it knowingly that those are now vying for same dollars as your street department. They're vying for the same dollars as your police department and so on and so forth. But what I would tell you is if your decisions to use those funds are keeping you from other things, and it's keeping a millage rate artificially low because you're able to do those things, if you do all of those things with open eyes, then you know why you made the decisions you made. That's all I'm more about doing it with open eyes, not making an assumption it's one versus the other.
Well, and I thank you for that. I think we need to have a bigger discussion on generally maintenance, because maintenance could have to do with not only the garage, it could have to do with the road as well, or anything else that we're doing. And I think we need to be, I don't think we have to make that decision today, but I think it's something that we have to think of as from a policy perspective as to what should we be doing with the CRA money from our perspective, not what we're required to do or prohibited from doing necessarily.
Yeah, and I'll just comment, because I think as we are looking at the future for this CRA from this point going forward, we've got a very full plate of things to do. And that's where my comments earlier, we need to make sure we're looking at that full plate to ensure we can accomplish what we want to do. And if there's things on there, like you just said, the garage maintenance, that could or should be put on into the general fund because it is broadening the impact, we should be looking and doing those. But that is, as you said, something that we don't need to make the decision here. These are placeholders.
Right.
But we need to really have that conversation. So I would say really at our next meeting, we should have that as an agenda item.
Well,
And Mr. Chairman, can I just say
Go
one
ahead.
other thing? I don't use the term general government expenditure. I don't ever use the term general fund because they're interrelated.
Okay.
But for example, or service tax dollars, which is communication tax, gets peeled off and into the capital improvement fund.
Okay.
So for every dollar they get, the general doesn't get of it. So it does impact it, but when I talk about it, we would actually appropriate it within the public service capital improvement aspect, not within the general fund itself.
So it's a general concept.
It's another nuance, but I wanted to make sure I pointed that out.
Okay.
And then several things, for example, utilities and any stormwater improvements would come out of enterprise funds, I would think.
That's correct.
So that doesn't come out of the larger pot that you're talking about.
No, sir, it doesn't.
And I think that's appropriately where it ought to be. And I think that's what we did on 8th Street, right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay.
Wait, I'm confused. Can you say that again?
I doubt it.
Yep. Well, 8th Street,
What I said was,
I thought
to
on
the
8th
extent
Street-
that we have utilities, like improvement of utilities on First Avenue, those utility improvements
Should come out.
for in large part, should come out of the utility enterprise fund.
And that's correct. And that's the emphasis of what Bob was saying this morning.
Right.
And my only reason for standing was just to make sure you didn't think it worked in reverse and Bob could pay for anything associated with it. So to recap for you, 8th Street, it had the water portion of it. It had the stormwater portion of it. The 190 Streets Fund took care of the new signage on it. and then the CRA paid the balance of it.
Yeah.
That was the
a
significant.
fairly large component. Thought it was.
Very, very large component.
3.2 million out of the CRA for.
That's correct.
But you sort of back your way into it, the parts that aren't appropriately paid by something else, then the CRA can pick up
Yes,
that.
and that's also why when you can do it in connection, you know, Bob could probably get his design done faster. You may want to slow them down so you're doing it in tandem because you save overall if you can do it together.
Yeah, because the CRA paid 3.2 out of 8 million. So it was a heavy
sizable.
contributor.
Yes, and I think, I don't even think that's including the design, which they originally paid
No,
for
that
as
was
well.
not included in design, yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Chrisman and then the mayor.
I think that when you look at these items, most of them are pretty clear as to where we want to go. I mean, a lot of work to be done and
Yes.
master plan implementation and so on. But, you know, the road forward is clear. And the one exception to that is housing. And I want to talk about that for a little bit because what's interesting is that we have obviously a need, not just in the city, but in the county. And we had a conversation about this earlier this week. And we have a lot of desire to try to do something. And we have, at least hypothetically, money we can direct to it. But what we lack is any sense of how to spend that. Or we don't have a program. We have no program. And we have some ideas that were generated by our consultant. It was a good report, but we really don't have a program. And it's at a smaller scale financially. I would say that it's similar to where the county is right now, where they're talking about dedicating significant amounts of money without really knowing how exactly it would be spent. As I've been thinking about the housing issue, and I'm trying to simplify this, and I think that if we're going to have any money for this in the CIP budget, CRA CIP budget this year, we've got to have a conversation, presumably at our next meeting, about what kind of a program we're going to have. But I think there are three questions that we need to ask ourselves and answer. Number one is, do we want to create what I'll call, for lack of a better term, don't get hung up on the language, a housing trust fund that would provide funding for acquiring land, providing subsidies for affordable housing projects, a pot of money that would sit in a fund to work with developers for that purpose. Do we want to do that? The second question is, do we want to create some set of regulatory incentives? I'm talking about inclusionary zoning here in some form, or other kinds of incentives to support affordable housing development. And the third question is, do we want to approach this from a geographic standpoint purely within the CRA? Do we want to do it within certain zoning districts that may go beyond the CRA, or do we want to do it citywide? And it seems to me those are, in my mind anyway, three questions that we need to ask and answer as prefaces to figuring out what kind of a program we want to create and what and how much money to dedicate it to it in the coming fiscal year and future fiscal years. So I say all that to say that we really need to budget time to have staff do some work over the summer months on this, come back to us and have a serious discussion about this at our next meeting in order to reach a decision, if any, on budget allocation.
Oh, excellent points, yep.
Consensus, yes.
Yeah. No, I thought you had something you wanted.
No, I just would say, I say yes if you're looking for a consensus, because for us to have that as a line item and we have no intention of having any policies, then we need to address Mr. Young's.
Yeah, and I would agree that we need it as a line item, but we need it also to have more kind of defined direction. And I think that's where we need to as we're going into the next conversations, have very defined direction. And I think out of, and you touched on it, out of the master plan that we just accepted, there are areas that are directed towards that. And if we look at those areas and say, the steps on that could be a purchase. And if it's a purchase, it's not a purchase for what is, it's a purchase for the land it's on. And that kind of concept would lead us to more finite movements, but we don't know enough right yet. And I think tasking to understand what kind of numbers those would be the next step. So, and it could therefore justify that line or maybe even more. So,
And I'd like to go back to the policy issue about the maintenance. Yes, we have lofty goals, but the CRA was expanded. And I don't think that we should, correct me if I'm wrong, be taking money out of that public service fund that we also pave our roads with, because we know that our streets and stormwater needed some money for paving more of our streets, when we do have this tax increment financing coming in and burden our other areas. I think that policy needs to be discussed and refined, because I don't agree with maintenance being taken out of the CRA. And then I would support that we look at what will our, how will it affect us so that we can prepare for that? Because then we might have to raise the millage rate, but I certainly don't want to be doing that now while we have this source coming in.
good. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Blankenship, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I have several questions or comments. So first of all, on the workforce housing, I think it's great that we're planning for it and building some money into the budget for it. But like others, we need to think about what's the process for how we invest that money and what we spend it on. And I do hope it's for land or housing, not for more consultants or professional fees or any. I don't think we need to study it anymore.
We don't need to study.
We need to invest it.
Let's study the studies.
Yeah.
So,
And I was able to attend the AHAC meeting on Monday, and I plan on giving an update during correspondence and communications on the council meeting. Because to me, I think Mr. Chris mentioned this a little bit, yes, the CRA needs a strategy, but the city needs a strategy. It's a bigger issue, and I think it would be helpful if we could then coordinate our strategy with the county strategy. And I learned a lot that there are things going on in the county, and there are some city organizations involved, not the city, but people or organizations from the city are involved in it to a certain extent. But I think to the extent we can all be informed and coordinated, we can be more effective with the money that we have to invest. Moving on, debt. You mentioned at the time we issue debt for the parking garage, knowing what other projects we have we might want to finance. Do you have an idea of when we would need to make that decision on issuing debt for the parking garage?
Well, there's a couple things. One is it'll be how much you're moving forward on anything related to affordable housing. And so let me explain what I mean by that. Is if you come into January and you haven't made anything or even have a planned strategy you're going to use any of it, then I would argue to you, you could probably go into May before you have to issue debt. And why do I say that? If it comes in at 13 million and I have 9 million, I got 4 million sitting there to start to pay.
Yep.
If you don't have a project for the 3 million, I have 3 million more. So you're going to get into May, June, and July before I have to issue. So what my point to you would be, I think you'd have to, the rubber will meet the road in that you're going to have acceptance of an issuance by the time you would go on summer session next year. So I'd be looking to begin the process no later than April 1st so that you're voting on the actual issuance. The size and the amount of it would depend on all the other parameters. Now, what you're getting at, and the beauty of it is, if anything gets far enough along, and I don't say that disrespectfully, but you have the outfall project. Is that any of that going to get to a same component? if you want to do First Avenue and you want to do it early enough, well, if I'm going out for a $9 million issuance, maybe it should be 15. Maybe it should have a 7 million component for the phase outfall rather than borrowing from ourselves. And maybe First Avenue should be financed in that because the economy of scales are going out for an issue. And so my point is I'd be looking around April, probably regardless. And I think it should be considered in totality of all of your projects, including the CRA.
Okay, thanks. That's good to know. We have some time to work it out.
Yes, sir.
Do investigations, analysis, and decide what we want to do.
Yes, sir.
Because in general, I'm not in favor of issuing debt, but I would be for the parking garage and sizable workforce housing type projects that we can't, and we don't know what those are. They may be really big ticket items. We just don't know yet. So that's good to know. And on the First Avenue South improvements, it would be, I realize this $2 million was kind of a placeholder, but based on what we heard today, that the utilities department would pay for a part of it. The stormwater department, stormwater fees and fund might pay for part of it to see what's left. And then we probably need a discussion around what we want First Avenue South to look like. I don't know that we want a repeat of 8th Street. And that was an expensive, nice project for that area maybe. But we don't necessarily want to do the same thing. So we'd have to think about what that is.
And that was why I brought it up under the 4110 is I don't think you take any of the funding off of the table. If there's a component to it that it benefits it economically and it works out with the rest of your projects, then of course you may want the CRA to be a fractional contributor depending on what all you're doing. But that decision is predicated on what you're doing. And then, because if you're just replacing the underneath, repaving, and throwing planter boxes on, then none of it's going to apply. It just depends on what you're doing with it. And so I agree with you that needs to be scoped, and then you make your decisions on your funding. The only thing I will say about do not expect the general government portion of the First Avenue South to go down much. Because remember, it was originally earmarked for $5 million. I don't know what it's going to cost, and I'll defer that to when the engineers and estimates come in. But I just didn't want you to think, oh, it's only 2.2, so we'll only end up with 500. I don't know what it's going to be. So I just want to preface that because I have no idea.
Okay, thanks. And while it doesn't necessarily impact this year's budget, it looks to me like when we're looking at the 5-year plan that the Sugden Plaza and the 5th Avenue South improvements got pulled forward from where they were a year ago to happen sooner. Is there something more pressing on those that's occurred? I thought we had them in further out years.
You know, I had that conversation this morning as well because our conversation up to this point was it was 5 years out. And all of a sudden it's 2.
Yeah, I don't think it moved up. I'll double check that, but I didn't think we moved anything up, but I'll double check that.
Yeah, my impression is the same as Mr. Blankenship. This thing moved up by 2 years at least, and I don't see a driver for it.
Yeah, and I recognize it doesn't affect the budget for this year that you're trying to get input on, but it's more about the public expectations and, you know, where people know we're headed and when things might or might not happen.
Yeah, and let me say that I don't believe there was any conscious decision to do that. So if it did, that would have been in there. So
yeah.
Okay. Thanks. I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right.
May I make 2 statements? I'm a stickler for fund accounting, but there's a way to make fund accounting work for you, okay? And what I mean is when Mr. Perry asked me, well, if we encumber it for $200,000 or $3 million, can we hold on to it? And under this fund, you cannot. Okay. But I'm just going to give you a scenario. What if you paid for the garage to repair out of there? What you can do is take the same $350 or $250 that you were going to spend on that and sit it into a trust. Because the general fund has no, or the public service tax has no restrictions from its usage within a certain period of time.
Okay.
So the key is to know what you want to do, and then let's sit down and have an intelligent dialogue about what funds we have available and how can it best be utilized. Case in point, and I think I said this to you, Mr. McCabe, if you came to me tomorrow and said, I have a $6 million project for housing, make it happen, and I'm faced with the garage and everything else, well, what would I do? I wouldn't say 13 million and we issue 9. I'm going to issue 12 million on the garage. It's one project. It's fixed. It's a good debt issuance. And then I turn around and the amount you have for the 3 and the housing becomes 6. And there's your 6.
Okay.
So you have the wherewithal to, as long as you know where you want to go, we can get you there.
we need to do.
You just got to know where you want to go.
Yeah.
I hope that's fair,
No,
but I
no,
thought it was
I
something to say.
I appreciate the conversation we had because that literally, well, it makes us talk more intricately about our goals, but it also opens up possibilities. And it really ties together, not one, but two, and it makes this very dynamic about what we're talking about and where we can go. But we need to have this preliminary conversation and say, these line items are good enough to be moving forward with, but the next conversations we have in September need to be more granular, more focused, because that will lead us to different decisions. So, okay.
And Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, to provide you all some food for thought on the affordable housing and the studies that you have had forward. I've been trying to create a matrix to get my arms around all the studies that you've had done, what the recommendations are, what you've heard, and I'm finding some overlaps in those. So in the overlaps of affordable housing, you have had the neighborhood plans done, which included River Park East, River Park West, Lake Park, and the design district. Those were your neighborhoods in your neighborhood plan. In that plan, there was a recommendation for a affordable housing home repair program. That showed up in your neighborhood plans, your affordable housing study, and your newly adopted Naples Design District. So that is something that has come to you as a recommendation. And I do recall watching some meetings before I joined you. I think that there was some discussion about seawall repairs for some of that affordable housing. So that would be something that you may want to consider when you're thinking about the affordable housing funds, is having that fund help those homeowners that are single-family residents, homeowners, help them in their repairs to keep their properties viable in the CRA. The other, one of the other things was the land trust, and that's been in 2 plans in recommendation to you. And then the last thing that I will mention to you, it goes back towards your regulations, and that would be in your budget as maybe some help to your planning staff and to your CRA staff to look at these different housing types. If you recall in your affordable housing study, they had recommendations for all kinds of different housing types, and the Naples Design District had different housing types. And when we talked with Erica about those housing types, they're not currently allowed in the D downtown or in your other residential neighborhoods. So that would be something to think about, what we would be looking at going forward if you would want to allow different residential types. That would take a code change for you to think about. So that would be some time and study for that. So those are the things that kind of overlap in your studies that are relevant to your affordable housing discussion as you think about that.
Okay, thank you. And the one thing that Mr. Young mentioned, and it's been mentioned before, on establishing an affordable housing trust fund. And I don't think we need to debate it now, but I would challenge both our finance director and our city attorney to work together to come up with how that can come together and get that established, because I believe that what we need to do and how we need to impact our community is bigger than just the city. I think it's a private-public partnership that's going to get us there. And if it's such, then we need a place to begin to establish a private-public partnership and a place to go with the funding. So if, over the summer months, the two of you can come together, and when we come back at the CRA in September, have that as a line item, not just for discussion, but more substantive, to say, here's where we can do it, and this is how we can use it, established, okay? All right.
And Mr. Chair, may I just add one other thing? If you look at this screen here, I just want to remind you, it looks like we're so many things going, so many things planned. That's a 2-year window. We didn't put anything in the out years. So your budget is, what, $9 million roughly, or $7 million? It's about $8 million, so off the top of my head. But there's plenty of, it's an open book as far as what you still want to do and what you want to plan for. And so that's why nothing purposely was said. We're not going to assume anything. Let's just, so you have plenty of opportunity, time, and income coming in. It's really about getting that vision and deciding what you want. Thank you.
Okay. And the recommended asking is to discuss this draft. We did that and provide direction to staff regarding it. And I think the one that Mr. Blankenship pointed out is that that Fifth Avenue needs to be moved to as far out onto it. Leave it on, but as far out as possible.
So to be clear, Sugden and Fifth Avenue, or just Sugden right now? I just want to make sure there's two different.
Fifth Avenue South Streetscape one. I was trying to read it from here.
Yeah, so the bottom one is $4 million in 2024, 25. Is that the one you want moved out, or the Sugden?
Yeah, the bottom one, the $4 million.
The bottom one, okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure that I was.
Okay. All right, let's move on now to item 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 9 is to set your fall schedule.
Yep.
Your bylaws require you to meet the first month of every quarter. So the chair can add additional meetings, and then this body can change the meetings by majority vote. So the first quarter would be July. You don't have a July meeting, so we would need to reschedule that. So the recommendation is to schedule your meeting in September, and then October would be the first month of the last quarter there for your meetings. So meetings in November and December are not currently recommended right now because we don't know what we're going forward with. And so we would be able to talk to you again in September, October, to decide if you need meetings in November and December. There will be some items coming forward like the garage design. So as items like that come forward and you need to review the 30% design on the garage, you need to do it as the CRA and the city as joint enablers of that contract. So we can add a CRA meeting to any of your city council meetings as items come forward if they're just one item at a time. But currently, we're recommending you to schedule meetings for September and October.
Yeah, and we mapped out just the 2, but as you heard today, there's a lot going on. So we're going to, these 2 will definitely be full-day meetings. Then the question is do we need one for November and December, or can we wait until the September, October, and put them on? I open up. What are your thoughts? Yes, Mr. Blankenship.
Yeah, we could choose dates tentatively if you want, or wait until I'm okay with waiting. But I was going to make a suggestion on the September 8th because, according to my calendar, Monday of that week is Labor Day. Then we have council meetings Tuesday, Wednesday, all day.
Oh, do we?
And then
Didn't catch
Mr. Perry and I have MPO that Friday.
Oh, my goodness,
So
you're right.
if we could have the CRA meeting either the week before or the week after, that would be really helpful.
That would be better.
If we did it the week before,
The
that would
25th.
allow more time between it and that October meeting.
Yep. You
So
know,
that they're not
That
so
would be
close
September
together.
1st.
25th of August. Oh, wait a minute.
September
That
1st
is the
is-
1st. Oh, I jumped
Yep.
that.
That would be great with me. I don't know if it fits with others.
Yeah. Thoughts? Okay. Let's do that.
First.
Okay.
Wait, what day?
September 1st, Thursday, September 1st. Good suggestion.
Thanks.
And then the thoughts on holding off scheduling, or should we put something on the calendar for November and December?
I highly recommend that we do. And
Okay.
if we all experienced how May,
Yes,
we couldn't
just-
find a joint meeting, it should be secured, so at least it's there. If we don't need it, we don't need it, but we're busy people, and it's better to be prepared than cancel.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Just looking in November, we have elections. We have a holiday that month. I would ask that we look at that first week. I know that there's a city council meeting on the 2nd,
Okay.
But if there's an opportunity for the 3rd,
Doing a CRA meeting on the 3rd? Any objections to that one on November 3rd? Okay, why don't we put that on there then? And let's look at December then. And knowing that kind of the same thing, we'd have a city council meeting on the 7th of December, Wednesday, and roll one on to the 8th, the day after? Or is that too much?
Mr. Chairman, you're in December?
Yes, because December, we would have probably a meeting on the 5th, being the first Monday, and the meeting on the 7th. That would be 3 that week. Would that be too much? Roll that maybe to the 15th.
I'm wondering whether, I agree that setting a meeting in November is prudent.
Okay.
I'm wondering whether we really need to also do one in December. Yeah. And December always gets
Yep.
challenging.
Yep.
So I would recommend we hold off on that.
Just keep through to
And-
November?
And then if we have to, if we get to November and feel we need another meeting somewhere, we'll figure it out.
Okay. All right, why don't we just put the November on, so we got 3, and then we can make a decision for December.
Very good.
Okay.
I just want to ask something
Yes.
about December. Do we have council the 12th and the 14th, or is it scheduled for the 19th and the 21st? Because that's one reason why I wanted to go over the overall council schedule.
I have the 12th and the 14th.
Right.
Same here.
I think that's to keep us away from Christmas week.
Okay. Okay. So we got that, and then the next and last agenda item is?
The next and last agenda item is the administrator's report, and I'm going to go through this very quickly because we've talked about many of the items. So the Naples Design District was accepted. The housing affordability study, I am doing research on different options right now, and so I have direction to bring that back to you in September. The Gulf Shore Playhouse Garage, we have updated that agreement. We have the design contract signed, and so we expect a kickoff meeting very quickly on that and involving the stakeholders early on and often in that project as well. The Fifth Avenue streetscape and Sugden Theater improvements, the City Council did approve on their first reading the palettes for the landscape and hardscape. And then in your neighborhood plans, we just received additional direction on that to move forward with. The parking on the 3rd Avenue North, Andy has received the survey on that, and so they're going to do the design in-house for that parking, so that is underway. And then the street lights for River Park and East and West, that contract was approved by City Council, and so that installation will be going in this summer. Then the last thing, the CRA Advisory Board meeting on May 23rd, you heard their report based on the landscape plan. That is the item that they spoke of at that time. The one thing that I will add on to this and ask for your guidance now, Mr. Riviera has been working with the Fifth Ave street lights and changing those over to LED. They've put 2 in Sugden Plaza,
Keep forgetting.
a 3,000 and a 4,000 LED light. They did do a survey, the bid did, of the property owners, and they agreed that they preferred the 4,000 level lighting. It was just a touch bit brighter, and so that would be their recommendation to you. But Dave would like to have your guidance on going forward with the 4,000 versus the 3,000.
Right over here at the Sugden.
Yes,
So there's 2 right there.
yes.
This is
And-
like the 3rd time I've heard it, the 3rd time I say I'm going to do it and look at them. Maybe the
Yeah.
3rd.
Yeah.
That's true. I got to be up after dark. So,
Dave agrees with the recommendations of the bid, so if you'd like to give any direction now, that's fine, and if not, that's fine too.
I don't know. I haven't looked at it, so I can't give direction. Yeah, I think need to take a look at it.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair.
All right. All right. Well, thank
That's all
you
we
very
have.
much.
So that's your homework for the summer.
Yes, that's the homework. You know, I'm going to have to set my alarm to get back up. So, yes, Madam Mayor.
I guess I need clarification. I should have asked Mr. Young about that, the neighborhood plans, that the money came out of the neighborhood plans for this landscaping plan?
It didn't come out of the neighborhood plans, but that was a project identified in your neighborhood plans, was for landscape improvements. And so as your plans come forward, that they're implementing those plans by project. So that landscape improvement did come out of the design district neighborhood.
What's the design district neighborhood?
It is in your, let me grab that for you. So your CRA neighborhood plans, the final report was prepared August 11th, 2020. And it had you went through a series of meetings with the public and the property owners and the residents in the different neighborhoods. And it was out of one of the neighborhoods is referred to as the design district in this neighborhood plan. And it's a recommendation for the landscape improvements. And that's where I think the CRAB, after this plan was adopted, and that's what I read, it was adopted, the implementation was the landscape.
Can you identify which neighborhood that the design district has now claimed as a neighborhood?
So
because I think I asked that question earlier.
Yeah, yes, it is the design district. So many of your plans, when they go in there, they'll call the district something else for the purpose of that plan. So for the purpose of this plan and these neighborhoods that it was decided to create a plan for, it was the River Park East, River Park West, Lake Park, and the CRA, and the design district. So there is a map graphic included in the neighborhood descriptions on page 3 that shows the design district is basically all of that area in the district with the exception of River Park West.
Yeah,
So it's the commercial area.
I think that the naming of this line item and where the funding is coming from is maybe unfortunate, but if we look back into how it came to be just like we just had the conversation about the CIP and looking at putting placeholders and line items for it, because this was termed, instead of saying the 10th Street landscaping project, it was the 10th Street landscaping project and the River Park lighting project, so it was lumped into one number or one line item and one number. So rather than being able to say this is a 10th Street landscaping, it was a combination and therefore used the name neighborhood projects. But in reality, it's really not a neighborhood project. It was two projects combined to one and put in one line item versus having two line items.
Right, and I think going forward, we can clarify that, I think, to Mr. Perry's point as well, as what are we implementing in each budget? Where's it coming from? Which plan did we decide to implement? So that you have the Naples Design District as your title and then your projects underneath that you're implementing. So the public and the staff always can go back to that plan to understand where's that direction coming from, where's that project and why. Yeah. So it would provide a better clarification.
Mr. Chair, in the neighborhood design district, I think that the approved copy I have, it has a definition of the design district for purposes of the neighborhood plan.
Okay.
And I'll read it because it's just one sentence. The neighborhood, or maybe two, neighborhood is generally defined as the area between First Ave South to the south, 7th Ave North to the north, US 41 to the west, commercial properties on the east side of and fronting on 10th Street north to the east, plus commercial properties between 5th and 6th Avenues north, between 10th Street north, approximately 1 block west of Goodlet.
Okay.
So that's the definition for the neighborhood plan that I think that was what whoever was working on this, I'm sure they're long gone now.
Yeah.
But that was what their working definition was.
Yeah, my comment was, initially, we were doing some funding out of this for the lighting, but then we got the CDBG grant for River Park, so that went sideways, and the only thing left here was the 10th Street, and that's what we know it as right now, so, okay. Any other thoughts, then? Next item is public comments. Do I have any public comments?
No, we do not.
No? Okay, then we're down to correspondence and communications. Mr. Perry, anything?
There were two things that sort of related to the administrator's report.
Okay.
First is a question I have, and that is, if we decide that we want to acquire some real estate that's in the CRA district for affordable housing, I think one of the problems we had with the Gordon River Apartments was our process was so clumsy. By the time that we got around to actually being able to do something, it was already gone. And I'm guessing that if something else comes up on the market, the same thing is going to happen unless we have an expedited process and on at least moving forward on it, even if it's subject to CRA and council approval or something. So perhaps if you can look into that. I have in my mind a couple of things that could come up at some point.
You want to work with the city attorney?
And I would like to, but I'd like for us to understand clearly the process of how we would go about acquiring property. Because I don't think since I've been on this council, we've acquired anything. And so that's the first point.
Okay.
The second thing is when Ms. Tyler was the chairman of the CRAB, she started establishing a practice of coming to us and addressing us on behalf of the CRAB. And then once she rotated off as chair, I don't know what happened to that, but I would like to see that resume, because I think having actually the CRAB chair come and just give I don't know, it was 10, 15 minutes of what they've gone through and what their thinking is, so we could ask some questions of the CRAB. I'd like to see that again if you all agree to that.
I would concur, yeah.
Yes, we're in discussions about that with the chair.
Yes.
That's all I have, thanks.
Okay. Councilwoman Petrinoff?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Council.
Yeah, just one thing, and it's it relates to the first point Mr. Perry made. I've had some discussions with Ms. Jenkins, as probably others of us have, about different properties that might be available in town that I'm aware of. And one thought I've had since then is something for us to think about, is whether it would make sense for us to engage in a formal arrangement with a realtor or real estate brokerage firm here in town. And I don't know whether we'd need to do it through an RFP process or whatever, but to identify an appropriate realtor who would have knowledge and experience, particularly of the market in which we're kind of focused geographically, and be able to have somebody who is actually bringing to us opportunities for land acquisition. And we could set up a set of criteria or parameters as to what we're looking for, because we don't have staff who are who necessarily have backgrounds in that kind of work, and they have lots of other things to do. And to expect us to be proactive is I think asking a lot. So it may be one piece of a larger affordable housing program that we could develop that would give us more resources to identify quietly parcels that could be acquired and in a timely way.
Excellent. Thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just very quickly, today we spoke a lot about the Naples Design District, and we accepted a master plan. Some businesses will have watched this meeting, some will hear about it from others, some won't know anything for an extended period of time. We all look back on the Fifth Avenue South area. We know how businesses, how, you know, they take care of business, to be quite honest with you. And they do things that are in their best interest. There's going to be some that improve the walkways out in front of their storefronts. They're going to be putting down different surfaces and spending money. My ask is that we just figure out how we can effectively communicate what's happened here today, and let's make sure our stakeholders know what's coming.
Okay.
And can take advantage of that and not spend money that they might not spend otherwise had they had the information. I do think we heard DPZ talk several times about they didn't want to get into the area of regulatory language. I'm not sure if the city manager and the staff, as part of what we learned today, are going to start looking at regulatory language as they look at prioritizing and coming to us with stuff. I'll give you just a couple of examples of why I think the ask should be to really bring to us best practices, a template for certain regulatory language that would apply to this area of the design district. We're talking about tactical art. I really like that part of the presentation. As we look at tactical art, what's going to prevent any other area of executing tactical art? But I understand it's in the public right-of-ways, but let's make sure we have the right regulatory language around tactical art. We talked a little bit about food trucks in certain areas of this district. However, there are going to be some current business owners, restaurants, and if you look at the businesses and how it skews out, it's restaurants that have a significant presence. Some of them are going to go, in my opinion, they're going to go with a current trend of ghost kitchens and food truck concepts. So there's another area that we're behind on regulatory language for food trucks and ghost kitchens. And I don't want to get in the weeds on ghost kitchens if you don't know what that is, but it's coming. It's already here in some way. So just a couple of thoughts related to that. I think that we really had a great presentation. We've got something really wonderful that we can work with. And five years down the road or so, we're going to be very thrilled with what we've given birth to here. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Madam Mayor?
Did I hear DPZ say they weren't interested in doing our zoning, or that we had not hired them and that was not in their scope of work? I'm sure, because they've done it.
Right, that's what they said. It wasn't in their scope of work to provide the regulations. Now, the plan that they did present, and what they added after the draft presentation was a lot of those best practices that were regulating for light and noise, and so we have some things to look at and bring back to you. But they did not go into specific regulations changing your zoning ordinances.
Can I add something? Because I had a sidebar with DPZ. They said they do codes, and that they would happily do it, and it was not in the scope of what we asked them to do, and they're doing it, they're doing work in Bonita Springs right now on coding.
So I just wanted to clarify, not that I'm saying we should do that, but after staff over the summer looks at what kind of effort and project this is, I'm sure that's going to, you said staffing, so. Lighting, a couple of conversations today reminded me, not just lighting within the CRA, but that we were going to add lighting to our city council, but I thought somebody can confirm this, that we delegated it for have DRB look at our lighting policies. For your benefit, Mr. Bourgeois, I don't know if that's something that maybe got dropped off, or if I recall differently.
Madam Mayor, I think it was, I think planning had discussed looking into it, but I have no idea whether that ball's been advanced. I haven't heard anything about it since I think we originally talked about it. So maybe Mr. Budishor can check on that.
And then the tree removal policy, not as it relates just to the CRA, but I think we were preempted by the state that we could not tell a developer they couldn't clear the lot. And maybe that's old legislation, but if I recall, when you were on CSAB, that legislation came through.
Well, there were two things we talked about recently when Heather presented the urban forest plan. She talked about the tree removal on right-of-way and how she deals with that. But then there's I think it was over a year ago, the legislature passed a law that preempted local governments from regulating trees on private property. But I believe in this last session, they amended that said you can, under certain circumstances, but I don't know if the governor has signed it yet. So that's what we need to know, if he signed it. And yeah, maybe more for council because it's citywide, right?
Yeah, it's citywide.
Yeah.
So council, yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I'm not trying to have private property and tell them they can or they can't, but if we can preserve some of our older trees and at least have a recommendation for that, and then I would love to see us discuss that as a policy. Because some people don't realize it when they're building a lot, that you can preserve those beautiful trees. You don't have to clear that lot. So in that packet today with DPZ, there was the FDOT recommendations included. And we didn't discuss it, but it was part of the packet. So it's kind of concerning to me that they were inserted in the packet as what FDOT's plans are. And it's lane reduction and it's a roundabout. Now, we already have a resolution that says no lane reduction on 41. And here it is being approved and as part of our master plan today. So that's why I was so concerned about those details. I'll talk to you about it tomorrow in detail if we don't have to do it right now, but it's really concerning. And so food trucks, yes, they're coming. Do we not have an ordinance around food trucks? Can you just confirm? Because I thought we had unless between 16 and 20, it was eliminated. I thought there was.
The only thing I can remember is when we did the expansion of outdoor dining for the pandemic, there was a specific provision in it that said there was no satellite truck, or it had to be part of the restaurant. It was not allowed, so I don't know if that.
I'm just, between when I left council, if you can check, I mean, that's a pretty thick code book, so if you could just check. And other than that, great meeting, thank you.
And Madam Mayor, if I may, I just looked at the final traffic assessment that was a support document for your master plan here. And in there, the recommendation is to change the typical section of US 41 to promote multimodal transportation and pedestrian connectivity within the study area. However, the reduction of the number of through lanes in this area is not recommended because it could increase delays and encourage cut-through traffic to local roads. Okay.
What page is that, so I can?
Yeah, sure. That is page 4 of 7 on the traffic assessment. It's a support document in your package that supports the master plan.
Thank you.
The master plan does not recommend reducing the lanes on 41. They're very specific about that.
But those plans from the FDOT are included in this project because DPZ just used it as
a review. So they were gathering all the documents, and yeah, it was just reference. So you'll see, photographs of the vision of the D downtown zoning, the comprehensive plan. So it was just all information that they were looking through as reference to create the master plan for you. But the recommendation is to not reduce your lanes.
And just real quick to piggyback, and by adoption of this master plan, which is inclusive of this statement that says we don't want lane reduction, gives you more ammo, if you will, when we have our conversations with DOT, that this, that this is an important thing that was pointed out.
Great.
And just if you'll indulge me in the fact that the neighborhood plans were approved before majority of this council. I think there might have been 2 people on council back in 20. If we could just review those neighborhood plans now that we have a master plan that we're looking at.
I'll be happy to bring it.
I mean, I don't, if everyone's. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Blankenship?
Nothing else for today.
Okay. I have nothing other than to thank Ms. Anita
Mr. Chair?
Jenkins.
I have 2 comments.
Oh, okay. Let me just finish with her then.
Okay.
I think that, since she's come on, we've gained strength and we've gained direction and certainly follow through in making sure that we're dotting i's and crossing t's. So thank you. Okay. Mr. Buttigieg?
Thank you. Just one comment. It was going to be that.
You can go ahead.
Yeah, ditto. Yeah, I'm really happy to be working with Anita on this, and just I can make this statement now in terms of the future of our city government and the executive staff structure. I'm going to stay in this chair.
Okay.
I think this project, the CRA, is so important. I know that previously you had a deputy city manager sitting in this chair. My plans are to stay in this chair and work with Anita and work with the team to one, give the weight of the importance of this, and 2, this is a transformational project, and I really want to be involved in it. Just a couple of housekeeping items related to the agenda for next week and an issue with accessing documents from previous meetings. We have another issue with our service provider, Granicus, with the May 31st meeting. This is not something internal, it's something external. They're on it, but I wanted to let you know, in case a resident reaches out to you, that the May 31st audio and video is not on there. We're working on trying to get that back on there, but we temporarily had the agenda and all the links to the backup offline. They're back online now. So I wanted to let you know that in case anyone said anything. The other thing is we had a little bit of, in our mad rush to try to get the final agenda out for June 15th, we had a couple of memo swaps, older drafts get uploaded and published last night. Excuse me. Those have been replaced this morning, and they're online, and Stephanie's going to be sending you just an update clarification email. So I wanted to let you know, in case there are some people out there that jumped right in there and started reading stuff, there's going to be one memo change out.
Okay.
And that's it. Thank you.
Because coming to this meeting, I watched some of the older CRA meetings just to kind of catch up, and the best way I could say it, I thought I was watching a spaghetti western, meaning that their mouths were moving, but the words were coming out different. So there seemed to be a 1 or 2 second delay.
That's
from
exactly
what
what's
was-
happening. It's the
yeah.
audio video syncing.
Yeah.
It's off.
Yeah, it's off, and it made it interesting to keep up with it. So, with that, meeting's adjourned.
Good morning, and welcome to the June 8th, 2022 Planning Advisory Board meeting. If you wish to address the board regarding an item listed on this agenda, please complete a registration form at the rear of the room and place it in the speaker request box located on the dais prior to consideration of that item. We ask that speakers limit their comments to 7 minutes and that large groups name a spokesperson whenever possible. Thank you for your interest and participation in city government. I would also like to read for the record the supplement which says, items not heard at our meeting today will be heard at the June 10th special meeting of the Planning Advisory Board on Friday. At this point, I'll invite Ms. Rambos, the city clerk, to swear in our newest member, please.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. Patricia Rambos, City Clerk. City Council recently appointed Quimby Tyler as an alternate member to your board, and I'd like to have her stand, please, and raise your right hand, and we will do the oath of office. I, please state your name,
Quimby Tyler,
solemnly swear
swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
and the laws
and the laws
of the state of Florida
of the state of Florida
and the United States,
and the United States,
that I will,
that I will,
in all respects,
observe
observe the
observe
provisions
the provisions
of the Charter
of the Charter
and ordinances